Well, no, it isn't. It isn't. They're different.
Yes, it is.
I mean, they share one founder.
Tell me it's not. Matt, their paid actor, Matt Cho.
Yeah.
Matt Cho, you can go look him up. Their paid actor that they have that runs their videos. He was with Liquid Loans. He was with Liquid Loans from February of 21 to February of 22 to February of 23. Then when February of 23 came around,
do you think Michael Jordan
contract ended?
Do you think Michael Jordan,
he's not Michael Jordan.
Designs the Hanes underwear? I don't think he does. Right? That's not who matters. What matters is,
and he don't have.
What matters is the man.
He has his own goddamn brand now. Jordan has his own brand.
I know.
You can't compare Jordan to Michael Cho, the fucking fitness fucking actor that was hired by Liquid Loans.
Yeah, but my point is neither Michael is making actual decisions from a strategy standpoint for Liquid Loans or Power City. They've got different management. So the Christian's running Liquid Loans, Long Vacation and Jesse are running Power City. To the extent that they're cooperating over the Fetch Oracle with other people as well. That's really good news. I think it's wonderful, honestly. Because honestly, who else was going to do this? You know what I mean? Richard does not have a good relationship with the founder of Chainlink, right? And from what I can tell, he doesn't have a good relationship with anybody, right? So it's really awesome that those guys have gone and found other people to support us. I'm very grateful as a Pulse Chain guy for that reason.
So where's Hex coming to play in all this?
Yeah, so I mean, look, Hex is fucked unless we make this chain massive and successful, and we all agree that Hex is the store of value on this chain, right? And that's how we win.
I agree, but I mean, I think it's just going to happen over time.
It won't happen if we do nothing. I don't think. Hex will just inflate, and price won't do well.
It will, but we have nipped the biggest problem in the bud. I mean, the whole idea that I can stake Hex now and I could get more Pulse than Pulse gas fees, right? I mean, it means that Hex will exist just fine on Pulse Chain. It's maybe, does it do well in US dollar terms or not is what you're talking about, but it feels like it's got infinite lives right now on Pulse Chain, and that's a good feeling, right? I think we saw a lot of draining of Hex into DAI. That pretty much stopped. I don't know if that's going to keep, if people pick that up again, but for now,
that's just fall.
It's looking like Pulse Chain's the place to be.
That's just fall, man. And people will definitely we're going to continue to exist on both chains, but I think that liquidity will get paired over. It'll find a price. It'll stabilize somewhere, and it'll trade in a range like anything else. But we're going to do absolutely fine. I'm much more bullish on Pulse Chain now than I was, 4 months ago, 3 months ago, when everybody was excited about launch. Launch was very scary to me, right? Because I knew it was gonna be messy, right? Richard was in a hurry. He had his reasons, and it was messy, right? But we've gotten through that, and everything's actually working really well. You know what I mean? So I think it's caught a few of the third-party guys wrong-footed. I think a lot of us thought we had more time than we did, based on what we were getting in terms of updates. But that's okay. I think we're in a really, really good spot right now. And the funny thing is, price doesn't really reflect that. And that to me sounds like an opportunity. If you're upset about where Hex price is today, that's probably a good sign to go buy it. You know what I mean? If you think so.
I'm upset that I don't have more money to buy Hex right now.
Well, that's on you if you get what I mean. You know what I mean? I think
if it was up to me, I would wait
upset.
this bear market lasted for 2 more years. 2 more years. If it was up to me, I'm okay if Hex doesn't go up or whatever. Perfectly fine for the next 2 years. This shit's but we all know it's not gonna happen. Eventually, economic energy is gonna come fast pretty soon, or who knows?
Yeah.
What kind of energy?
Economic energy.
Oh, I only said economic. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Sorry, Christian.
Let's see what happens, man.
I think 2024 is going to be an awesome year. I really do, in general, but I think especially for Pulse Chain. That's my guess. And 2023 is actually.
You got BlackRock.
Yeah, it's
BlackRock guy. His CEO is pumping Bitcoin right now like crazy. So what does that tell you?
It pumps.
We're gonna win in 2024, 2025.
It pumps us when it happens. You better believe it. When Ethereum and Bitcoin go up, we're gonna fucking rip faces off. Right? We're all connected. It's everything is a short US dollar play, right? Last year was the long US dollar year. You know, the short US dollar year is coming. And what that means is all those people are gonna, just like they're running into stable coins the past year, they're gonna run out when they think that the getting's good. And yeah, we just have a hangover at the moment because we had our launch. Some people took some profits, and we're finding out what the stuff should be worth. But fundamentally, nothing's changed in the sense that you know, we've got a very good blockchain that works, that's getting better every day. Uncertainty around it is decreasing. Like, one thing I've been worried about is the bridge, right? But the longer that bridge is there and the longer it doesn't get hacked, you know, the more and more comfortable I'm going to be with it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the biggest risk about Pulse Chain that I can see. If I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but that makes me feel a lot better. You know?
We do.
That's why Richard did a whole tweet. Remember, he tweeted, went on stream, and was like, "It's a call to arms. Anyone can build a bridge, admin keyless bridge. Join the developer group." Remember that? That was 2.5 years ago.
And you know, a lot of people aren't happy about the PulseX fee thing, but like, you know, that's okay. But you know, that bridge has to work, and so far it works beautifully. I really like using it. And the whole blockchain is underpinned by that bridge currently. I don't know if that'll ever change, but you know, the longer it's there and no one's able to hack it, the better I feel about it. So
there's a chance. I mean, there is a chance. I would like to see the bridge drained over the course of time by the community or Richard Hart or OA, if possible, to lower the risk. You know, like if we can get USDC native on Pulse Chain, and let's say we get, you know, the whatever liquid loans coin, and you know, we get 3-4 native stables, then maybe we can drain half the bridge or more just out of safety's sake. Because yeah, it is like a one. You know, we're just crossing our fingers that this one thing is going to hold up the whole chain right now, as far as stablecoin. It's great, it works, I love it all, but yeah, I don't really want to hold wrapped assets. I want to hold native assets. Yeah,
I mean, that's all very true. But you know, we're gonna get there slowly. Right now, there's not a lot going on yet, but I know these guys are building. I talk to them every day, in private chats. Like I have no reason to tell you this because like it's.
Is there any crime going on behind the scenes?
Crime, definitely, but not so much in this chat. You know why? All the bad guys don't want to be in this chat because we fucking prod each other and ask hard questions, right? So if they're not in the chat, you know, answering questions, then you know. Yeah, I'm a little bit more worried about it.
I'll give you that, Buck. You've always taken the heat that any one of us brought to you.
Yeah.
And you kind of let it go off your shoulder, and you came back. I remember removing a long time. We're talking like 2 years ago. I remember removing you, and then you came in under a fucking alt, or you might have came under Buckfud or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
just another account.
After you start talking, I'm like, this is the same fucking guy.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit.
That's right.
Hey, Buck.
That was some old school days.
I had an epic battle with Papa B, as a matter of fact, one time. I don't even know if he remembers it. Yeah, go ahead, Papa B.
No. I want to go down memory lane first. Go ahead and tell me how we locked horns. What was it about?
It was in the PulseX Telegram voice chat. You and I had a debate about. This was during the PulseX sacrifice. You and I had a debate on my Cunning Stunt Telegram account. About the upside potential on PulseX. I was basically saying a 10,000x wasn't going to happen, and and you were kind of on the other side of that argument. with me.
You know what? It's okay to be wrong, Buck. You can be wrong.
It is. I'm wrong all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. And speaking of being wrong, I was wrong about the liquidity on Fux for B9. It is now 71,000.
71,000. So that's
Yep.
That's pretty good. So that's like 35 and a half grand that you didn't have to stump up yourself as a founder. And what that means is that other people that want to come and look at this thing are going to be like, well, actually, I can get in and out of this thing. I can put in a reasonable sum. I can go buy $1,000 worth of it. That's really good. And I'm really happy that that my guys that know me know that this thing's there and that it exists, because a lot of people aren't in these spaces, right? So it's really good. So yeah, if you guys are launching stuff, come check out PHUX. It's working for Papa Boner.
Yeah.
And it's
for sure. Thanks a lot, Buck. Thank you very much for this. And
it's the most bonehead idea I've ever heard. It's still working. So that shows you.
That's why they call me Papa Boner, then, right?
It's in the name.
Because I get the bonehead ideas. But just to be clear, and speaking, with my teeth closed, kind of as an aside to you, should we start campaigning for us to be voted on, or should we hold off on that? Is the gauge looking like it's going to be activated by the next Epoch rollover, or no?
What is today? Thursday? Not this one, but I'll make sure it gets done for the one after.
Yeah. All right, cool.
It's literally just I need to write one message to the right guy and say do this, and it'll happen. But I'm also trying to be parsimonious with their time, right? Yes, I will get it done for the next one for sure.
I just don't want to be talking it up publicly, and then all of a sudden people are like last time, they're like, okay, I don't see you there. What's this all about?
Yeah, no,
I'm like,
I'm very happy to make that happen for you. But yeah, we're super fucking busy. You know what I mean? Like it's
I totally appreciate
it.
That.
I'm like ruining I'm ruining family vacations right now with my demands already. So I have to. It's like the equivalent of like Christmas holidays in Australia right now, right? This is the period when you.
So Jesus was born in Australia in July.
Well, from a vacation perspective, not from the liturgical perspective, but this is like the period when you take your kids skiing and you go and they're out of school and stuff like that. So I'm making unreasonable demands of them already. I won't even go into how unreasonable I am with these guys. But
so you're saying you're a shitty boss? Just say you're.
I'm not
a boss.
I'm not a boss. I'm a shitty partner in the sense that I can't do these things.
Shitty partner.
And they have to do all of it. All I get to do is tell them, hey, the community wants this, and I think it's a good idea, so do it, right? And those poor guys have to deal with all this stuff. You guys, some of you that are in the Telegram will see it. Like I have to @ 3 errors 1 million times per day, saying do this, do that, do that. It's just because I'm so fucking useless that I can't do any of it myself. Which feels terrible, by the way.
How quick could he build a NFT project, like a platform? How quick could he fork OpenSea's or Rarible?
I don't know. Are those things things proprietary? If it's proprietary, it's actually really hard.
I think so.
OpenSea is.
I'm not a developer.
I don't think you can do OpenSea. I think possibly
Rarible?
Rarible, but not OpenSea.
Yeah, if they're proprietary, then it's like really fucking hard work because you got to build it from the ground up. If you're just forking something that's already there and the repo's there and the way you deploy it's all clear, it's not as much work, right? That's why I'm impressed with like what KG's doing to an extent, right? Because it's like he's building something from the ground up. It's hard. And then a lot of times it's like if you have to build other infrastructure around it, like let's say an Oracle, for example, that makes it much harder. So no, Richard's not kidding when he says software is hard. It is hard. And these guys spend, they're working 100-hour weeks, my guys, every week since we did the sacrifice.
Do y'all have benefits?
No, there's no benefits.
So it's just straight
just
straight time.
It's
no overtime.
There's no overtime.
Time and a half.
No, it's just they're in it to win it. You know what I mean? But that's why we're able to do what we've done already, right? Because we're incentivized properly. But it is really hard, this stuff. And anything good, like some things are very easy to fork. Pancake swap, super easy to fork. You can do that in like a half an hour, right? If you know what you're doing, you can pay someone to do it for you. But other things, super complicated, and that's why there's a gazillion pancake swap forks on every L1. Like you can go to DeFi Llama and see them. Like there's ones you don't even know about, or that are just detected, right? Because anybody can do it. But then other things are very hard and take ages.
What is shapeshifter? Shapeshifter Fox.
I have no idea what that is.
We'd have to ask Walrus. What about Railgun?
Railgun is cool. Railgun's a privacy thing.
Let me ask you this with Railgun real quick, like a serious question. The way I understand it is you have a choice to use anonymity with Railgun, right?
I think that's correct. I actually haven't used it, but it has anonymity, which is super useful. I'm a fan of anonymity.
But what if someone had the choice but didn't use it, and then sent that shit to a Coinbase account?
Well, I think
there's no anonymity. The anonymity is gone, right?
Well, I mean, Coinbase has KYC'd you, so they know who you are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gone to an extent. Like the FBI and shit can get it, but like we can't.
Which is kind of all right. You know what I mean? Like it's not. And that's what the government wants. They want you to use those things so that they control those endpoints and entry points, right? But yeah, what people do with their crypto on the blockchain, in my opinion, is not your business. You know what I mean? It's their business. I'm a.
But what if they do it with other people's crypto? What if they do it with other people's crypto?
What do you mean?
Let's say someone steals Hex, steals a sacrifice from someone, and then routes that shit through Railgun, sells Pulse, runs it through Railgun,
yeah,
and then sends a couple wallets and then sends it to
Coinbase. Well, I think that so if you're talking through
it's sloppy.
It's sloppy, but like if the guys you're sacrificing to are taking all the money and fucking tornado cashing it, then I would say I'd be a little bit worried about your investment. I mean but that's on you. But
what about liquid loans then?
I mean, where their money, I assume, is still in that wallet.
No, I don't think so.
How much of it?
Shit. Highway, can you help here?
I've got.
If he remembers.
Last time I checked,
I can do the research for you. Though.
Last time I checked, they're on Whale Watch in the Fatty wallet, and they had like $30-something million there, like it's just sitting there, where you can see it. I think that's fine.
But it's before it was sitting there. That's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean before it was sitting there? I don't follow.
Basically, people sacked and they ran it through Tornado Cash and resacked it. Pump the numbers.
Oh, you think that happened? Okay.
Yes.
That I know nothing about.
See it.
That would be a red flag if that's what happened.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You see why I have red flags in?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, like that's a pretty big claim, and that's the first I'm hearing about it. But yeah, that would be weird. That's one reason.
Look at the amount of money that was sacrificed.
Yeah, but like
compared to every other project.
But you're saying
to every other project.
But that was still in a bull market, right? So that would partially.
It was going on the bottom end of it. It's when they started sack after.
It was a year before.
No, it was during Pulsex.
It was just
during Pulsex sacrifice.
Yeah, it was just after, right?
I think they started. No, they started during Pulsex sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly. So the bottom came
towards the end.
The bottom came a year later, right? So it makes sense to me that they.
But we were still on our way to the bottom.
Yes, true, but we weren't. Like things were still good back then. Hex was like 20-something cents, 30 cents, or something like that, right? We were that's why they raised so much.
Like January 3rd, Hex was like 25 cents.
Something like
around
that.
there.
Yeah, it makes
during Pulsec sack.
makes sense. Might have been lower at other times, but things were much better back then, right? We should say. So I think that's why they raised so much money. I think if Richard ran the Pulsec sack today, he'd raise maybe 70.
I wouldn't sack for it.
70% less.
I wouldn't sack for it. Forget that.
I'd rather sack for it today.
Just wait and buy it lower.
I'd rather sack for it today than 2 years ago, but that's me. But yeah, if you're saying somebody moved the money while the sack was still going on through railgun, I would be that would be very weird to me.
No, the railgun, no.
Yeah.
That was Tornado Cash days.
But okay,
railgun is.
But it was moved
after Pulse. Well, railgun was.
So you're saying the money was moved out of the sacrifice wall into the Tornado Cash while the sacrifice.
But see, the railgun thing's completely different.
I know. Hold on. But I'm asking you a specific question because I just want to make sure. I want to defend these guys if in case you're leading us down the wrong path here. You're saying that money was Tornado Cashed from a sack address while the sack was still going on.
Pretty sure. Let me do some more research on it. But
yeah.
99% sure. If you look at the volume, just the amount of money, or
no,
actually,
but you'd be able to see.
It could be a God whale play. It could be the God whale.
You can see
is really like the devil whale.
You could see you would see money coming in, money going out, is what I'm saying. But I will say there is a risk that there's a whole lot of shenanigans that can happen with these sacrifices, right? And it's really hard to know ex ante if the people running them are playing shenanigans.
Freepulse.io. What they did, they sent what was it? What they send out? Desi or Polly?
To
everybody. I forgot which one it was.
It's a risky take with all these sacrifices.
A derivative.
It's a risky take with all these sacrifices.
Yeah, they degened it and they lost like 75%. Yeah.
I'm so sad. Richard won't retweet my project right now. And we ran a sacrifice and then we spent all the money and we had to send everybody fucking Polly back. That's pretty much what happened.
Really? Fuck me. So yeah, kind of obvious shenanigans that I can see. One, if they move the money while the sack is still going on, and especially through a Tornado Cash, it means they can resack, which means they can basically dilute you, and you have no idea who.
That was Free Pulse. That's what clarify what I was talking about.
So that's one.
Freepulse.io.
That's one thing they can do. Another thing they can do is they can just sacrifice to themselves, right? So I think anytime you see somebody that raises more than anytime Genie, yeah. So if you have somebody that raises more than they should,
$80 million.
Okay.
Genie?
Something like that. Whatever. It was like a fake pump. They pumped
y'all
their
remember
own
Raquel
coin.
Fuentes shilled that shit, y'all. She's
now
infiltrating fucking Pulse X, Pulse Chain. Guess who she's partnered with? Liquid Loans.
So they created a coin.
Coincidence.
They created a pump coin
in crypto
before the sack. So this was like the ultimate rig. It was like, we got a pump coin. You got to buy the pump coin, so we can pump it up and then sack it, and you get like a
super
10 times or 3 times bonus if you stack with the pump coin. You get like way more in your sack.
Yeah,
and then basically they pumped it up, and then the sack numbers were, I think it was like $80 million, but it wasn't. You know what I mean? It was just a scam.
So, so let me know if you find this thing about liquid loans, because I won't believe it until you can show us the transaction, because I don't think it's true. Otherwise, we would have heard about it already. You know what I mean?
I told you it was either that or the God Whale fucked up again.
Well, I mean,
I want to say that the God Whale sacked $25 million.
He might have. He might have sacked $25 million.
$25 million.
That's fine if he did, but what's not fine is if
it's his money.
Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But
there could be something wrong with it.
But there is like a whole lot of shenanigans that can go on with these things, and I think you'll see some things will do very well, and some things won't. And I worry about guys that raise more money than makes sense. And what I mean by makes sense is like actually look at their product.
Like 9-inch.
Well,
Like 9-inch. You didn't say it, I did. 15-20 million dollars for a V2 fork or whatever they're trying to do.
Liquidy.
I mean, just if it doesn't make sense, then and then the funny thing is though, even things like that can still do really well if they play like an OA style game where they don't sell that. But if they do decide to rug you, they can, right? And you have to count on them not rugging you, right? If that's the case. And it's really hard to know ex ante, especially when there's like, multiple people involved. They can always point fingers at each other, right? Oh, it wasn't me, it was that guy, right? You see this with the Gunther coins, right? It's always someone else's fault.
Oh my goodness.
You know what I mean? It's always someone else's fault that it died. It's not my fault, right? It's this guy, right? Whereas we don't have that problem with Hex because we know ultimately where the buck stops, right? But with these other guys, you just don't know.
And why I'm bullish on Hex right now is because, man, a lot of the people sold. This was like the ultimate moment of sell all your Hex, get into Pulse or Pulse-X or stack it or do it. So many people liquidated themselves that I'm pretty excited right now. I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm loading up.
I was actually pretty wrong about this because I thought that Pulse and Pulse-X would be very abundant, and therefore the asset that was rare would be Hex. And when people wanted safety, they'd go towards Hex. But I was wrong in the short term about this because everybody got excited about Pulse and Pulse-X initially and got unexcited about Hex. But I think that ultimately that thesis will play out. There's gonna be a lot of people.
It's playing out in the ratios.
Yes, it is.
The ratios.
It's finally.
Hex was 30-1.
Yeah.
Now it's 150-1. So one Hex equals like 150 Pulse. It used to be only 30. So we've got a 5x on our Pulse just by holding Hex.
Yeah.
Which, hey man, I should have held all my Hex longer, but I swapped some for Pulse, and now I'm like, man, I got to get all my Hex back. Because obviously, who knows? We might go to 200 or 300-1 if Pulse ducks a little bit and Hex stays steady Eddie.
Yeah, no, I think Hex is the Cadillac asset amongst the three. That's the one you actually want in the long term. The other ones have a role to play, and they're going to go up and down with Hex. But I think Hex is going to be the store of value. It has to be that way, otherwise, Hex doesn't work. And all it takes for it to be that way is we all have to agree, and Richard has to agree. And like then that's what'll happen. Then Pulse will have value because it's the native token, and Pulse-X will have value to the extent that there's a lot of volume, and those are both success stories, right? But the kind of key asset has to be Hex. If it's not, then it just doesn't work. It has to be the equivalent of Bitcoin on Pulse chain. So I think ultimately that's where you're going to see Richard start to kind of like point us when the time is right. I think he's been pretty happy to let people dump their Hex right now, and he's going to make them pay for it later.
We've seen it. I mean, we've seen it a couple
Let's
tweets.
go.
Well, he throws in feelers. He's like, "Hey, look at the Hex chart. It's
I saw that one.
Doing well against Pulse." Like, yeah.
I saw that one. That was probably the most important tweet I think he's done this year for me. Was that one? Yeah. Because that kind of, to me, I took that as confirmation of kind of my long-term belief.
We've seen people dump billion Pulse into Hex pretty recently, and we've seen people take DAI and buy 10 million, 15 million Hex. So I started to see stuff like that, and I was like, all right, I'm partially wrong. I know I went hard into Pulse. I know I dumped a lot of Hex into Pulse, but and I did it at a pretty good ratio, like 130 or whatever. So I was pretty happy. But I was like, you know what? The tide's starting to turn. Hex dump to the max. Maybe a penny is the final dump. Maybe from here we slowly move on upwards and prep to the bull. So I had to say, like, I'm kind of off sides. Let me get back and go a little hard on Hex. And I pulled some LPs and said, the farm's not paying a lot anyways. Let me take my stables and dump them into Hex. And I feel a lot better because I don't want to be offsides at this scary moment. And all of a sudden something good might just happen in the next, year or 6 months, and you just don't have enough allocation.
Yeah, I think that will happen. And Richard's sort of in the off season for marketing at the moment. Um, we'll know when he's back, and I think.
As if he didn't deserve a break. Like
Well,
people,
it's
a
not
lot of
an
people
actual
said this.
break.
They were like,
It's not an actual break. He's still working, right? But it's from what we're
"Yeah, he
seeing.
is working." That's what, man. People don't get it. Like, you worked on this thing. You actually do deserve like some time off. And yeah, he's still like going hard at it behind the scenes. Like, but you're like, actually, if he does take a little time off, well, my goodness, after 2 years, go for it, right? Like,
well, he said on stream he's going to live forever. So it's the least he could do for us.
Well, one thing I can say is this stuff's a lot of fun, guys. Like, and it's addictive. Like building these things and having success with it and trying to grow it. Like, it's a lot more fun than going to the fucking beach and doing nothing. I think.
Or skiing if you're an employee of Bucks, skiing with your family, hanging out, doing fun stuff, spending time with your children.
I love skiing. I love skiing, and I'm very good at it. As a matter of fact, it's like something I've been doing since I was 3. But this is a lot more fun.
So you're skiing while your devs are working.
Yes, actually, that actually happened last weekend. I was skiing while they were working. I was literally doing the dollar cost crypto.
I hope they hack you.
No, I mean,
they hack you.
I do the stuff they don't want to do. It's a two-way street, right? Like, they don't want to have to talk to any of you. So
can't blame them.
So I do that.
Can't blame them.
And they're grateful for that. But yeah, I was literally doing the dollar cost crypto thing from the slope last week while they were working hard on stuff. So I mean, we're each contributing what we can contribute.
I still call him Hex Jesus.
Oh, he does kind of have, yeah.
I still call him Hex Jesus. And then what was he before that? And then what was he before that? What was he before that? Dude's a fucking shit coiner. He's a shit coin shiller.
So did you find that thing? Did you find that thing about Luka Loans yet, or are you ready to take that back? Because I think that was a big.
No, I haven't looked. I said it could be the Godwill. I said the Godwill could have sent him 25 million if my memory is serving me correctly, and then that would just even show more proof. That would be even better.
So Godwill pumped a lot of money into.
So who I think the Godwill is?
I'm pretty sure it was tens of millions because he did like maybe 5-6 million to Mintra, I thought, but he did way more over to the Liquid Loan. So yeah. But silly well, but yeah.
That's still small. Well. That's still small for him.
Yeah, especially in the bull market, when it was at that moment. I mean, we were headed towards the bear, but
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. 20 million, there were lots of guys that were like throwing around numbers like that in that period. And now those same guys are promoting Zen Bitcoin, like.
Oh my goodness.
You know what I mean?
We got it. No, we got a new
picture.
One.
There's a picture with them. What if we have the God whale in a picture with Jack?
Oh my goodness! Ride the whale. We got a new one though. It's, what is it? X-Men, or I think there's an X-Men coin because the X Bitcoin couldn't work. Zen Bitcoin, so now it's X-Men coin. I guess it's on to the next. Every 2-3 months, 2 weeks, whatever.
Yep.
As fast as it can rug, we got to have another one prepped.
That's the business model. So there's a lot of shenanigans that can happen. I still maintain most sacrifices are terrible ideas. The bar should be pretty high, and you have to be very careful. But I think it's been a really good thing for the community, in the sense that like we are gonna get a few really cool things out of it. I believe. I know my guys. I can promise you, would not have worked 100-hour weeks the past year on all this stuff if it weren't for the sacrifice model. They just wouldn't have. I could have never persuaded them to work the way they're doing right now. So that's I don't know, one piece of good news about it.
So here's an issue though. So your sacrifice model has a built-in like dumper class, right? Where it's like, okay, all these guys get all this coins, chances are they're going to dump a bunch. What if, and I don't really like tax coins, but what if the initial supply was gifted out with like a 30-day stipulation on a 20% tax. And after 30 days, it's like null and void.
Yeah, I mean, with a meme coin or something that has no intrinsic value, really, that might be useful. But I don't worry about that for things that are actually useful. You know what I mean?
Bro,
Yeah.
51 million to liquid loans. 51
Yeah, it was
million.
over 50 million. Yeah.
$51 million. Think about that.
It's not that much money. I mean,
Okay.
you know,
Spot me hook your friend up with a mill.
I mean, like,
It's not that much money.
Go,
Send me a mill right now.
Go work in venture capital, and you'll see they give teenagers, you know, similar amounts of money every day for all sorts of little silly things. I mean, it's not that insane. But and like, they're running a professional operation.
I think it's insane as fuck.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out.
51.
I didn't.
51 million is not insane.
I didn't sacrifice for it, but because I didn't. I mean, I just don't see the upside potential being justifiable there for me as a sacrificer. But like, I'm really happy it exists, because like we're gonna have a very badass stablecoin from those guys, and that's very good for us as a community. So,
but it's an algorithmic stablecoin, though, correct?
Yeah, it's well.
How many times have algorithmic stablecoins prospered?
The one they're using
in history.
Yeah, but I mean, the one they're forking,
based off history,
the one they're forking is working just fine on Ethereum, and hasn't had any issues. And we've had a hell of a stress test since that sacrifice happened, right? A lot of the stuff that wasn't going to work broke already. And that's actually very good news. Anything that survived Terra Luna to FTX, you can feel pretty confident about it now. You know what I mean? Both as a business, like so things like Coinbase or whatever, but also as a protocol, right? So I throw Aave and GMX, which are two things that I'm forking, in as examples of that, right? Like that was a very big stress test. That was the equivalent of, a GFC for crypto. And so anything that didn't break, I feel way more confident now about, honestly. So I'm bullish about what they can do. And we'll see when they actually implement it, what it looks like, and we'll think about all the risks and stuff then. But I think that project is the most important third-party product for Pulse Chain for what they're doing. It's huge for us, and I really, really wish it well.
I think the most important project on Pulse Chain is X.
I said third-party product. So
third. Okay.
Yeah, I would say.
Don't suck middleman dick, guys. Don't fuck with these third parties. Do not suck middleman dick.
Well,
what's funny? I was listening to Arthur Hayes' podcast with Real Vision the other day, and the only reason why he messes with these other L1s besides Ethereum is because of the cool DeFi that they have on their chains, and he looks for real users that are using products that are producing free fees on these L1s. And that's the only reason why he comes over there and he starts buying things like GMX on Arbitrum. And that's the only real value that these chains have, is the cool DeFi that they get on them. So I thought that was interesting.
Well, speaking of cool DeFi, we're like, after you do all this fame stuff, we're still waiting on options trading. Decentralized options trading. I want to be able to.
You guys just don't know how to do it yet.
Buck let you off vacation.
Dylan doesn't do any work. I'm not talking. Let me be clear. When I say 100-hour weeks, I'm not talking about
Dylan. Hey, what's up?
Just checking. Just checking.
I'm lucky if Dylan fucking reads the telegrams once a day. That would be the extent of Dylan's input.
You keep doing you, Dylan. Keep doing you, brother.
Dylan is
fuck Telegram.
He's doing his own thing. But yeah, no. Look, all this stuff that people are building is great. Honestly, everybody who thinks that this is not helping is just dumb. There's just no other way.
So if I built something, you would say the same thing.
I wouldn't say that your thing is great. Just like I just said, like I don't know if Papa B's thing is great, but what you want in an economy is a whole bunch of people working very hard, especially smart ones, to make useful things that make your economy run smoother and people transact. People are able to do things with your coins. That's the dream. That's exactly what you want. What you do not want is a North Korean style police state where nobody can transact and we all just sit there with no electricity, starving to death. Right? That's the opposite of what you want, and that's what the maximalists are actually asking for, which is extra dumb, extra dumb. And the whole point of this is that nobody is, very few people are going to like Richard, right? He's a very specific taste. Not everybody's going to like me, right? But they may like the stuff that Gerardo builds. They may like the stuff that you build, Trap. Right? It all adds.
I didn't build nothing.
But if you did,
build communities,
you may bring people over that like your thing, right? So it's like, I'll give you a great example. Texas token. That thing sounds like the most harebrained idea I've ever heard of. Okay, but
yeah, I'm not you don't see me tweeting about it.
If a whole bunch of fucking good old boys in Texas get into it, and they're doing
and
stuff.
Virginia, don't leave out that lonely kid up there in Virginia.
Okay, like if enough of those guys get interested in that, like that actually, weirdly enough, can actually pump your hex bag a lot. To me, it just sounds completely harebrained and kooky, but those guys seem pretty sincere. They're doing their thing, right? And that's what you want. You want a whole bunch of people out working very hard, trying to do interesting stuff. And you want guys like KG who are out talking to everybody, trying to get attention for their product, working their tail off. That's a great thing. A lot of you guys are actually just hangers-oners that don't really want to put in any work, right? You benefit from those people going out and doing things is the reality. You're like a liability on all of their work in essence.
Good. I hope I am.
You are. If you're just sitting there staking,
launch some shit.
Well, at least you're trying to, you're talking to people, right? So you're doing a little bit of stuff here and there, but there's a lot of people that just stake and they don't have anything to do with the community, right? They're not building anything, and that's okay too. But the point is that's not going to actually necessarily, mean that we're going to kill it, right? But once we have all these,
think of how many people are staked and are involved in Hex and don't even use social media.
Tons. I get some insight.
Probably a majority.
I get some insight to this because I run the sacrifices. So like I interact with all sorts of people who you never see, you never really see them anywhere. And
shit, we got dollar cost crypto. What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? I heard Buck's talking shit. No, I'm joking around.
Yeah, he heard y'all talking shit. Now he's here. What's up?
I thought.
Hey, Hex Jesus is
¿Qué
arrived.
pasa, homies? What's going on?
For real, huh? ¿Qué onda, camarada?
But like, I gotta agree on Buck. Like, there is a lot of people in the community where they're basically just doing nothing and just mooching off the community. I mean, that's a lot of coins, and that's the reason a lot of coins fail. Is you have a lot of people in the community just. I mean, you basically could almost call them liquidity locusts, effectively. It's just getting the outreach. I mean, if you're not building something, you should be out there trying to onboard people to the thing that you believe in, right? Or at least finding things or bringing people to things where like it might improve their life or it actually generates revenue. But I mean, obviously, I know everyone's got to play their role and stuff like that. It just is what it is. But I mean, we can't be close. I mean, we've changed the religion that is Hex has changed. We've gone from we were just a religion with one God, and now we're a pantheon of gods, effectively. And this is I've said this for a long time now that this is pretty much just changed it's fractured the mentality. And now it's, you got Richard talking about fucking shit coins now, which is insanity to me. But it is what it is, right?
It definitely is what it is now, Jesus.
But it all works out in the end.
But yeah, it's I mean, it's a crazy new world and stuff, man. But it's like there's people doing good stuff, and that's all. And that's how you can, as long as the thing makes sense, just take a shot. But just remembering to, just to buy coins that you believe in, and if you all you believe in is Hex, good on you. That's it. I mean, that's fine.
Sometimes it doesn't all work out in the end. Sometimes you have to actually do stuff to make it work, right? Sometimes you have to take control of what you're doing. And get put in to receive out, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the more you put in, the more. I mean, yeah. I mean, shit. I mean, you got founders of some coins and just lazy as fuck. They don't do anything, or the teams don't do anything. It's like you have to push your shit. I mean, it just is what it is, right?
So it would be some good metrics, in your opinion, for us to follow someone's good or bad. Who's lazy, who's not. Running a sack for 2 years.
No,
Still have nothing.
We got to run a sack for 5 years. I mean, this is the real goalpost that we got to try, man. I mean,
what's interesting? We could actually use Time Pays Me as a delayed stack, and only release it if the product actually comes out. Then we could, with the secondary wallet, you could release your stack, like an escrow stack.
No, that is a way. But then from there, there's this like, I don't know. The way I've taught my students over the years and stuff is just I'll say this is the truth, right? There's this real fucking like socialist bullshit going on in crypto that like it's fucking haram to make money. Like it's against the will of God to make money and stuff like that. Every single one of you guys is here to make money, and now I'm not talking about any specific project, but when you sacrifice, right? Obviously, some of that fucking money goes to the people who are making the project, right? Now, I know everyone isn't going to say that, but that's the truth, right?
It's and there's absolute truth.
But there's nothing wrong with that. It's just there's just outside of, where it becomes bullshit is if someone just straight up just runs off with the money and doesn't do shit, right?
Send you back poly, takes your hex, stakes it, then they send you back poly.
Turns it to Jesse. Jesse collapses.
I couldn't hear. I'm sorry. Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
It's on me or Highway?
Both of you guys. You guys were talking over each other. Say it again.
Go ahead, Highway.
I couldn't hear any of the project names.
Oh no, he was talking about the dedication phase for Pulse.io that they took this. I guess they took some sacks and they swapped it for something that lost a bunch of money, and then they returned it to folks, and it was worth like 25% or something. It was pretty nuts, but yeah,
none of my guys factor that. None of my guys factor any of that bullshit. So let me tell you that much.
Yeah, we didn't either, but other people did, unfortunately.
Yeah, but that's just the free. At the end of the day, that's kind of the free market as well and stuff. There's just like this commie shit that like I don't like. That's like permeating like crypto. We're all essentially in the fucking money game, and it's like people shit on people for making businesses. People shit on no matter what you do, you're a fucking asshole. No matter what you do, anything, you're a piece of shit.
Well, there's another thing which is tokens. Team token allocation. So that's another good way that sometimes it works out well. If you say, hey, the team deserves 5 or 10% of the coins, why not? And then they're incentivized a little bit to make things work out.
People are working, people should pay for their stuff, but we live in a world where, we got the SEC breathing down every crypto's neck and stuff. They're basically doing illegal shit. They're on purpose holding off on things. Like we should have had clarity. We should have had clarity of how to make tokens and stuff. It's basically illegal to make it's damn near almost illegal to make a token here in the States, right? That's why you have a lot of people just moving to other parts of the world to have to do it or have to do it from, bumfuck IP, whatever the fuck they are. Just is what it is.
That's why Richard had to call it a sacrifice.
What if that's all just a cover? They're doing it from bumfuck IPs all over as a protection layer.
To wait, who?
just sacks and stuff in general, to skirt the SEC laws.
It's not gonna work if they really want to come at you.
Yeah, they could. There's all this shit's trackable, bro. It's like it's all open and shit. I mean, they are coming out with some Starkware shit. I mean, I did a show today with Cultivate Crypto, where like they're coming out with they basically have figured out how to run a whole system on Ethereum with it being completely off chain, and then it's complete. Then they just send one transaction little node onto a block on Ethereum, and then their whole chain is basically verified, and then they can do all their fuck shit there, and you can't see anything. Yeah, I literally just got the news from CoinDesk right now. Starknet plans the Quantum Leap upgrade next week after testnet version deploy. Like they're already planning on doing like it's kind of a two-way street and stuff where like there's privacy versus like you don't usually, if you want to pay employees, you don't want them to know how much of your bank account, right? But at the same time too, you do know that they I mean, with the whole FTX stuff, right? Like the Pentagon magically miscounted about like what $6.4 billion and just had to send extra money to the Ukraine. And then a couple days later, the FTX is like, we've magically found $7 billion in our fund, right? When there's all these government ties and stuff to people in the government taking money from FTX founder and the co-founder for both the Republican and the Democrat Party.
Sheesh. What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the government does no wrong, right?
It's because they didn't have any money on the blockchain. That's the funny part. It was like they took money from all these people to quote unquote buy crypto, and they never bought the crypto. So they can find money out of thin air because it never hit. There's no traceability of whatever they did.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there.
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, dude, but a lot of these platforms, almost all the platforms are doing it somewhat. No, I'm talking about the ones that went down, like Voyager, Celsius, BlockFi. BlockFi was the funniest one to me, man. There's a lot of big channels and stuff that were rocking BlockFi to the fucking nth degree, bro. Like, damn, dude. Oof.
Well, we still got one right now with the Digital Coin Group and Winklevoss boys. They're out $1.5 billion.
Yeah,
for their staking protocol. That's why I'd be careful on Gemini right now because they still are short $1.5 billion on Gemini, and they're suing.
Voyager was a rank. Voyager was a definite rank.
The one that's that hasn't gone down is fucking Next. Out of everything, Nexo is still around. Crazy. Like literally, I literally saw their fucking head was it their CTO or some shit on cocaine, fucking some chick on Twitter. That's real, bros. Like I wish they fucking saved it. It's insane. This dude just snorting coke. There's fucking this blonde chick in the alley of not in the alley, but in like a.
There's a good explanation for that though. The dodgy ones they're not going to fall over because they're insolvent.
It was because he couldn't hook up with Hunter Biden in the White House. So like the guy lost his cocaine and like he's like, I'm out of here, I'm gone.
Cocaine cowboys, man.
The dodgy ones can live as a scam for a decade before they ultimately collapse. So it doesn't completely surprise me. Like the reason Celsius fails is because they're actually like a proper company in New York, and people come knocking on their doors and ask for verification of all these things, right?
Right.
So it doesn't surprise me if things like Binance. We never really know what Binance's actual financial position is, right?
Jesus, I told people years ago about like stay away from this, like Celsius, Binance, like Voyager, like just stay away from it. But nobody listens.
Right. Now I do got to say one thing, dude. Like, if you see an opportunity to make some money and you're willing to risk it, that's just is what it is, right? But like, yeah, it just is. I mean, it just is what it is and stuff. The thing is like if you've been in the crypto game for a while, you can decide, you know what, let me use a condom wallet and I'll allocate this because I think it might make some money, and if it fails, it's on me, right? But most people, it's mostly just the new guys who come in that don't know what they're doing, and they put the whole stack in there for some dumb reason, or they go all in on one shit coin that they really don't know shit about, hoping for a fucking 10x, and they get rugged. Or the worst of all is I call it professor coins. It's these coins that just like have all this math, and it's super this is why the Luna guys. You had a lot of Asia take a hit on this shit because it's like, bro, we're getting paid 20% APY, APR on fucking stable coins, bro. We're fucking making it like it's guaranteed. It'll never fluctuate. And like, bro, like, dude, I knew so many dudes who just got and like these are smart guys. Well, maybe book smart, but not street smart. But that just got rinsed, bro. I mean, rinsed.
No, DCC. Like the last 2 people I onboarded, and I onboard about 2 people a month, right? So that's kind of my average. And like, I tell them exactly not what to do, and then they come back a week and a half later and they tell me what they did, and I'm just like, what the fuck? like, would you stop? Like, and then they get burnt like a month or a week and a half later, and they're just like, oh yeah, I guess you were right. I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess I'm right. You know, I've only been doing this for 8 years. I'm just like you're gonna get totally rinsed.
This is why maximalism exists and stuff, because like, there's nothing wrong with maximalism. It's just like, the thing is like, you have a lot of guys who are maximalists that are really retarded, and that's all they know. So they use it as a way to be superior. Man, there was a ton of this shit, dude. Like, I know I'm Hex Jesus saying this shit legitimately, and I say that jokingly, but like, I had a lot of people calling me fucking crazy for telling. Like, I actually got like people fucking attacking me for over the last like 2 years, telling people don't stake all your Hex. It's okay to have a ladder, but have like 50% of your position liquid and stuff so you can take some profits here and there. No, Miguel, you're retarded. No, bro. No. 555, Cuatro Cinco, baby. All day. 10, my stakes only start at 9 years, bro. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, baby. Cuatro Cinco. All staked out, baby. You're a pussy if you fucking don't stake it out.
Hey, don't use the soundboard.
That little who used the soundboard?
Bad cat.
Those same guys, by the way, now shills and Bitcoin. So that's
No, and you forgot something. They were shilling ETH Fair and ETH Proof of Work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I remember that too. I think one thing to keep in mind is anytime you're in crypto, you need to assume that you are the target and people are trying to fuck you over. So if it doesn't make sense what they're telling you, like it's probably not true. just keep that in mind, guys.
Well, Miguel, you can go back and look at my Twitter tweets. Like between 44.
Who is Miguel?
Miguel.
DCC.
Miguel. Hello, Curious. So you go back and look at my Twitter tweets. Between 44 cents and 48 cents. I was like, so I didn't sell the top. I did not sell the top. But I was like, Green Tree, time to get out. Let's go, bro. Let's take some rides and just like have fun. Go buy a Lambo if you got that much money. But now
I'm buying a King Corso.
Yeah, you're buying a King Corso. I'm buying the King Corso, man. It's only like $2,400.
Actually, I want to get a bunch of mini ponies. I feel like 3 mini ponies would be better than a horse.
Bro, I am buying the bottom of the market like nobody's stupid business. Like every day. Like literally just buying, pumping, dumping, dumping my money in. And like people are just like exiting left and right. And I'm just like, please, God, please leave. Goodbye.
I haven't bought anything yet. I'm just waiting still. Sitting on cash. I'm fine with being greedy.
Yeah, maybe I'm early. But dollar cost crypto could tell me probably if I'm like at the right time. I think I'm at the right time.
You're 100% going to go to zero. No, I'm fucking
with you. You stupid son of a gun.
Down only, man. I mean, I think like we're down a lot already. I mean, this is where you start tippy toeing stuff, but you don't ape everything. But this is like 100%. But especially if like this is like your first cycle and stuff, or like it's not really you're like real like it's you're still haven't been around the block too long and stuff like that. Like you make some purchases right now just as you have something and stuff, and then from there we just see how low we can go and stuff, because it's like if we did bottom out and then we start going back up, then you get into your position and then you're in. From there,
it's DCC. Yes. It's my third cycle. So I'm okay. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just having fun here in Montana, just like ripping it off. I would be there at your August 5th meetup thing.
Yep.
You could show that. stuff right now, but I will not get out to a meetup until the 21st of October, just because of my schedule.
No, it's all good, man. It's just a cool little party. I mean, the last time we had it and stuff, I think Bitcoin bottomed like within like a couple weeks of it or something like that, and Ethereum as well. So it's like, yeah, we bought the bottoms on both Bitcoin and Ethereum and stuff like that, and still up in profit on that, doing pretty good on that. And then it just is what it is. It's gonna be a fucking fun. It's like a week on. It's like basically like it's like a Saturday, Sunday, Monday party and shit. We're gonna like pool party, big ass event. I can't say where it is, but what's this?
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, sorry. I just had something pop up on my thing, but yeah, it's just a week long. It's just a weekend party and stuff. Everyone's gonna have fun networking. I'm gonna have a lot of the Red Pill guys there and stuff like that, because a lot of the guys are gonna show up to the party are gonna also gonna be at the CME. I think tomorrow we have a stream with like John Zerka, which is gonna be pretty cool. Supposedly this fucker is gonna be on Joe Rogan, I guess.
That'll be nice.
Yep. So Dylan, sir, so what do you do for this project? I hear you don't work at all. You're not buying, you're not working. He
doesn't check Telegram.
Doesn't check Telegram. Like, Buck, man, I gotta tell you, man, like what's going on, man?
He scammed Curve.
So I need to make a couple videos for PHUX, but today I wasn't feeling well, so I've been sleeping all day.
PHX has been out for like a few weeks. Dylan's made one video, so that's
There's more coming, I promise. Okay.
Just sounds like you got admin keys, Buck.
If you would like an explanation, sir, go on my channel. I interviewed both this beautiful man named Buck and this Zoomer named Dylan in there. We talk all about the fucks in there.
So where were we? So scams. So the liquid launch thing, I don't think that's true from what I can see. I think they didn't tornado cash, but if they did, we would have heard about it by now, and people would have been really pissed off about it.
I don't see $51 million coming into that.
No, yeah, they their stuff is still sitting in a wallet because we watched them trade on the stablecoin debacle, and they lost about $1 million doing that. So I'm pretty sure it's all still there.
Oh, we didn't say they sold or nothing like that.
Well, they didn't. They can't
we think
sell
the number's inflated.
anything.
It's inflated.
It's just oh, you're talking about going into the sacrifice?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what.
Okay, well, they, as far as I know, they can't inflate stablecoins, right? Maybe they can sack to themselves, but yeah, I mean,
I don't think there's any evidence to support that. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
I'll keep looking.
But
I'll go back to old screenshots and stuff if I have to.
I reckon there's a lot of guys that did do terrible stuff though, and we'll find out when the tide goes out, in a couple months. Some things will return you lots of money, other things will fuck you. You're gonna find out.
Hey, I gotta ask DCC. Besides turning on the blue lights, what are you gonna do in your office space?
What am I gonna do in my office space?
Yeah, you were talking about the other day online. You like lit up the blue, the pulse chain lights on the Pepe, right? I'm back in my office. I'm like, okay, let me see what he's gonna do.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna just deck out the office. I might put a sauna in there. You guys won't be able to see that, but I'm gonna have like a sauna built and a bunch of other cool shit in there. I mean, I got a lot of room in that office. I can put a lot of stuff in there. But I think we should be talking about scams instead of my office.
All right, let's talk about.
Got a cool standing desk, and I think I'm gonna have a.
I love that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a what's called a walk. I mean, I'm gonna have like a treadmill so I can walk in there and stuff. But
how about Chirp Finance? Did anybody see that one? I don't know if it was a rug or not, but
how about Daytona Finance?
What about Pulse Shares?
Daytona Finance.
No, that's old news. What? That's old news. Text it. Chirp. We're on to Chirp Finance.
Oh, we're on the new one. All right, yeah, because I warned everybody about Daytona, but apparently it must have rugged. Right?
What happened? What happened to Daytona? I missed it. Did it just drop? I mean, that's normal. It happens. Like it was up a lot, or is it dead?
have no idea. I was talking about pulse shares. Just noticing the trend.
I'll check it out.
But you're right. You're probably right that I don't think it rugged though, but there are admin keys on it, and that's according to Pulse Police. So, you can trade your own will. But I hadn't heard about church yet.
I think they were sparring with either Moon King or our other favorite Mando. Yeah, I think so.
Looks like it's down like 90% and like topped out like at
Pretty
50.
bad.
Is it
Which one?
a Daytona?
Tony?
Yeah, it went up to 50%.
I mean,
and it's at 9,
there
but
was
that's
no
not
way
complete
they.
zero. Not complete zero.
Yeah,
yet,
I mean,
but still.
no, it's fine. I mean, there was no way they were going to sustain the price. It was just pumping their APR, right? So we expected that.
Don't you fucking crush my dreams, dude. Like, you know what? Like,
$1 Tony. Let's go. Before Hex.
Why are we so bearish, bro? Why are we so bearish, dude? It's got to be $10, dude. Like, come on, dude.
Hey, I got a question. Basically, I was listening to y'all earlier, and Hex is like it has to be the store of value, like Bitcoin, of Pulse Chain, and then Pulse Chain. I heard earlier, it's just so much easier to do a 10x. Well, that's subjective. You could always say whatever, but essentially, it's going to be really easy for Pulse to do a 10x. Like which one grows faster? I know that Hex is going to be the store of value. I believe Hex is going to be the most valuable asset in the long term, and then like Pulse is going to be like to get Hex to go to 10 cents is way harder than Pulse Chain to go to 10x. So I'm just wondering about that. What do you guys think about that?
What are you thinking about ratios?
All these X's and cents, the Hex Web, you're confusing us. What we've seen in the LP is we are slowing down the movements of Pulse and Hex. And that's a good thing. Like you put in billions and billions of coins together and you say, okay, you guys that want to dump 1 million coins, you're not going to do nothing to this price. And I think that was very deliberate. And it could be enhanced greatly if the powers that be on PulseX decided to incentivize those pulls even more, but to be honest, it's pretty shocking, right? We have billions and billions of Hex sitting there in LPs on PulseX already. So you don't have to see Hex whipsaw the 25 cents in 2 days and then drop back down to 0.1 of a cent. There's actual real liquidity, tens of millions of dollars. So people aren't going to move the price as much in the short term. I don't know if that changes if the farms go away for that pair and maybe it becomes a little bit more volatile. I'm not sure, but wouldn't it be cool if Hex just kind of slowly goes up? That would be more optimal, in my opinion, than it pumping up to 10 cents and then dropping down to a penny again in 2 seconds and everybody like, oh, wow, I missed it, and crying again.
I agree. I totally agree with you. And I'm kind of curious to ask the question to Dylan because, he's an outlier. I like his position. I like his style. Dylan, what's up, brother? What do you think if you were to put a chunk of change in first? What would you say? Are you going for money, right? Like you want to make the most amount of money possible, quickest. Don't you think that buying Pulse now would be better?
I don't actually know. I think the best mover on the chain will still be Hex. So I want to buy Hex before I want to buy Pulse. But if I do think, still that all this cool DeFi that's coming out is going to basically drag this heavy fucking chain's ass over the finish line and make it valuable. Because right now, what can you do on Pulse? You can buy stuff, you can send stuff, and then you can sell, and then you can stake hex. That's it, right? So what do we have that all the other L1s have? Nothing, right? Not yet, anyways, right? We have nothing cool going on besides staking hex and buying and selling shit, okay? Why on earth would anybody come over here and buy Pulse yet? If there's no cool shit, there's no economic activity. We're basically like a nice, a halfway decent road in the middle of nowhere with no stores. Okay, who the fuck wants to go to that when you can go to Disney? You know what I mean? Disney is like Ethereum. Okay, and maybe we can be Busch Gardens, right? But we need to have cool stuff going on the chain before we can be Busch Gardens. Okay, nobody wants to come invest in our town if it's just a road and there's no economic activity going on. So at the moment, when there's no cool DeFi, I think we'll just
that's when you
still
get rich,
some...
though, bro. When you buy
sure,
it
yeah.
when no one else wants it. When no one else wants it in the world, you buy it. You stake it.
Yeah, and it's also very risky to invest at that point, right? You could have a situation where you're buying up real estate in a town that never actually comes into fruition, right? Or that fails. Okay, that's the other side of that coin. Because if nobody wants it forever, then nobody will ever want to buy your bags. You know what I mean? So yes, I do think that this chain will be worth something in the future. And I think it'll be the DeFi that comes out on this chain that creates real fees, that has real users, that has real use cases. Okay, and people from the outside will start to notice that. They'll kind of ignore Richard because he's only one part of this chain, right? The rest is the economic activity that's happening with all the DeFi, and I think that once all that stuff starts launching, you should be positioned if you want to take that bet, right? Into the things you like. And I just happen to like PHEX more than I like Pulse Chain. I think if Pulse Chain goes up, PHEX will just perform a little bit better. So that's where I've got my bet at.
We could be a little better. We could, with all the Texas people in here, we probably could be Six Flags. I don't know about this garden bullshit.
Yeah, we could be Six Flags, I guess, huh?
I mean, there's going to be a lot of frightful drops, ladies and gentlemen.
Trying to get Georgia up here. Let's bring her up. Come on.
I think there's only 3 people from Texas in here.
Well, you want to make it 4? It'd be me.
Hi guys, good morning. It's very early here. How are you all doing?
The Irish gal.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Aloha.
Aloha.
What's the time in Ireland right now? Come on, tell me, girl.
Oh, it is extreme early o'clock.
What's the real o'clock? Come on. I want to know.
It is. Let me have a look. I'm squinting at my phone screen here.
I've not
It is
been there in 14 years, so like
just after 6:30 here.
6:30.
That's early.
I'm up with the birds.
Beautiful girl.
Up with the birds. Up with the birds and my cat. Early bird catches the worm and all that. I was just listening to what you were saying there, and you know what it made me think about? Hex, Pulse X, Pulse, all the other stuff around the ecosystem at the minute. And it's like when you walk into a party and you see a pretty girl at the door and you casually glance in her direction and she smiles sweetly at you and you think, okay. And then you walk on a little bit further and you see a diva and you think, ooh, hot. And then you walk on a little bit more and you see somebody else. And the further you go into the room, the more you mingle, the more you get into the swing of the room, But like Hex is the final boss. It's the one that we wait for. It's the one that we hold out for. The T-shares are king. And it's very easy at this point for a lot of people to be distracted, to stop at the first girl at the door. You know what I'm saying? It's a big party. There's a lot of really beautiful women. But T-shirts are king. The waiting, the delayed grat, that's where the real party is. That's the house on the hill. That's the beacon.
So you're telling me to slowly scoop up these 3 girls. Slowly scoop them up and have all 3.
I'm saying casually smile to yourself, but walk on by.
And Pulse X is a fat hog that no one wants to talk to.
Yeah, I just think, no, delayed grat is where it's at. There are so many things that you could pick up along the road, but it's well worth waiting for the T-shirts and buying in now while things are on sale, and getting your bags in order. Like, delayed grat's where it's at. Don't just jump straight in to the girl on the door.
Yeah, and there's another interesting thing about being really cheap priced. The yield that comes out of Hex is really easily sustainable in our community when Hex is a penny or two, right? Like, because you can only produce so much Hex. It's less than 1%. It's more like 0.007% on a monthly time frame, right?
Yeah.
So if you're talking million hexes only pumping out 7,000 hex in a month, which 7,000 hex at a penny is not much in the dollar terms, right? So that's where you start to think about, wow, this is a very sustainable system right now where we can go up some pretty easily and we don't have to go down much more based on the yield we're producing. It's similar to the Bitcoin thing, right? Where Bitcoin shouldn't go to 69,000 right now because it's still producing 6 Bitcoins every 10 minutes. But when it produces 3, it'll be twice as easy for it to go to 69,000 again, and that's going to happen in March or April next year. So it's coming. But Dollar Cost had a video with David Feder, which they coined what did they say, V shares. So I will just throw a little nod. I know what Dylan said was pretty great, and I'm totally excited for Hex. But there is this pumpamental in Pulse Chain where it takes what we know as potentially the best tokenomics in crypto, which is Ethereum, right? You've got a buy and burn essentially built in, people buying and then they're burning their pulls. And then you have some validators earning it. So you get yield minus inflation, right? Which is great tokenomics. But it takes some effort. So only the hardcore folks are the benefiters and not just somebody coming in and coming out. They're looking at 32 million pulls and accumulating in buckets of 32 millions. And I think that's a pumpamental to pulse it's happening. It's sustaining the price to some extent, and I think it'll continue. And eventually, if what Dylan was saying comes true, and you have tons of good DeFi, and we have lots of value everywhere, and people start to look at us, then they start to look at, hey, how can I do the thing that I do on Ethereum, which is I want to run validating, right? So I can make my low risk play that pays me out, right? The money printer, So I think people aren't looking at it as much, but there's certain people like myself that are like, give me another 32 million pulls, give me another 32 million pulls, and I'll eat it up. And if I pay more or less, that's not exactly the point. I'm getting my quote unquote V shares, and they're probably worth 10 times as much as like a Hex T share at least. So it's going on.
Even though it's not 100% risk free. Obviously, there's always a risk. Even if it's just pushing a button, there's always a risk, right? And the risk is complacency with the a lot of the validators could just get. I mean, well, let's just say we get a 20x, because I mean that's probably like the minimum, like a 20x from these prices, which doesn't. To some of you guys, like, fucking 20x. Oh my fucking god, bro, we fucking have failed. My cock is so small, it's falling off. My balls are shriveled. Like, if some of you guys who like are putting most of your fucking money into these coins and stuff like that, if you get a 20x, and that means the average other coins probably have done as much, you're up a lot, right? And the yield you're earning is now like, wow, this is pretty good, but this becomes this fucking paycheck trap where like you're it's kind of like the reverse version of like the rat race, where you have this complacency trap where like you don't want to pull out at all because you're making such great money. It's like this happens to yield, like guys who make a ton of money yield farming, and then by the time the shit starts going bad and stuff, but they're still earning good money, and then they notice like, oh fuck, the main position has gone down so much that I like it's nice in the bear market, but you want to be pulling out of that shit once you're up a lot or take some profits and stuff, because like fuck a paycheck, like the multiples is where you get rich. This is not the shit on validating or anything like that. Like, I mean, I'm gonna validate, so it is what it is. But like, the whole thing is just remember, like, the forest for the trees sort of shit, Oh no, I think I've killed every validator in here. I'm sorry.
No, I'm thinking about the force of the trees. That sends me off into a whole nother.
What about the earth to the flat? Yeah. But I mean, yeah, I mean, just because like right now, what does it cost? Like a validator is like 32. Let's just say that's rounding and shit. That's like
3,000-ish. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's a little less right now. Maybe $2,800. You get a nice 12x on that. I mean, you're talking almost 50 G's.
Just think about just think about how valuable it will be validating for a ghost chain, right? How valuable is that, right? How valuable is it to build roads in a town that's empty?
I would challenge you and say that every other chain is a ghost chain except for Pulse chain, and you just have to dissect what's going on those chains to figure that out.
So I know for a fact that Ethereum is not a ghost chain. That's why it's worth $200 billion. And I know Arbitrum's not a ghost chain.
So
Ethereum is almost a ghost chain, right?
It's not a ghost chain.
They're running only 300,000 transactions a lot of these days. I mean, it's pretty pathetic.
That means nothing,
bro. But you can fucking I can hire bots to make transactions if it's cheap enough, and make it look like my chain's got 1 billion transactions per fucking day.
Pull up how much people are swapping Aave right now on Ethereum. It's like 20 people, So there's meme coin pumping. I could give you that. They're turning into Binance Smart Chain almost for the memes, right? Where the only thing you can affordably do on Ethereum now is pump meme coins and dump them on everybody's heads.
Don't you be talking about my Pepe like that,
man? Not Pepe.
So the Aave token and the Aave protocol, it's two different things. People are actively borrowing and lending on Aave, but maybe they're not buying the Aave token, right? That doesn't mean that people aren't using Aave. That's kind of stupid.
Look, right now, we're still in a bear market. Dun, dun, dun. We're still in a bear market. So volumes are down. Across the fucking board, prices are down. If Ethereum's a ghost chain, bro, we're an abandoned Indian graveyard site. Dudes, like, there's still fucking billions of dollars being transacted. That's people swapping from this to this, taking their Ethereum, swapping it to stables. Like, all we do, what we've done with, like, since a lot of you guys have said you've been here a lot of cycles and stuff, back in 2016, 2017, everything was done on exchanges. There's no DEX, anything. All you do with crypto is just send a coin to a wallet. That's it. This is why most coins were on exchanges back in the day. It's starting to go down, but it goes up during the peak of the bull markets, of course, because during the mania you get a bunch of brand new people who don't know anything, and this is the cycle where everyone gets washed, right? So right now, there's still a lot of stuff going on. What's going on right now is that there's kind of a rugging from the exchanges like we had like a really incredible thing happen, right? Which was in late 2019. It was like August of 2019. Uniswap was created. Us, the Hex community, popularized Uniswap. DeFi Summer happened, and we had this 0 to 1 event, which was we finally could semi-do what we were doing on exchanges on a blockchain. And that's the craziest shit ever. Like, people forget how incredible that shit is. Like, within like the last 3 years, like the amount of that, like the technological advance that's happened is fucking insane. It's mind blowing, you guys. We went from fucking Dixie cups with strings to fucking, we got maybe like a shitty iPhone right now, like an iPhone 3, maybe. Like that's where we're at right now. Maybe it's a Nokia. That's probably not a Nokia, but it's probably a BlackBerry. There we go, a BlackBerry, right? So at some point we're gonna have a full on iPhone, right? But the pieces are still like in all these different things, right? And one day we're gonna fuse it all together. This cycle is going to be where we take all the DeFi concepts that we created in 2019, 2020, and 2021, and they go to the open market. And of course, they're gonna fucking fail. But afterwards, like, we've got this fucking like, dude, it's in the bear market, and we can do fucking anything. We can borrow on coins. I can move money here. I can send millions of dollars of USDC or Ethereum. I can send pulse to anybody around the fucking world at any fucking point and shit. Like 3 years ago, good fucking luck doing any of that shit. Other than maybe like if you were sophisticated enough to send some coins, and most people were really pussy about doing that shit. You know, I mean, fucking 5 years ago and stuff, people like we had really shitty wallets. We didn't even have MetaMask back then. We had these shitty like Bitcoin Maxi wallets, these paper wallets were god awful. And I mean, I don't know if any of you guys actually have been on Bitcoin before and try to go through BSC, like go through their Bitcoin scan is a dog shit, total crap. The way you can search through Ethereum transactions is so much easier and better than Bitcoin. But I mean, that's besides the point. But it's just like that's where we're advancing. But it just seems like it's super slow right now because we're in the thick of it. We're in the middle of it, and like there's 111 of you crazy motherfuckers in here at the bottom of the fucking bear market, still here, all arguing about each other about whose dick's bigger or smaller, right? And obviously, I got over 9 inches here, right? You know, no.
That's in our bones. We're all dudes here sitting there.
Shit, I wish this bear market lasted for like 2 years. That would be like a buy of a lifetime. Just imagine just DCAing for 2 years, man. Holy shit.
How much accumulation? I don't see any Ethereum spaces, man. Come on.
But look,
no.
Well, what we're doing is really like weird. I mean, like we're the most. We've got the most YouTubers. We have the biggest YouTuber community for any coin. We've got the most individual socials for any coin now. I know we got the E and the P. I mean, it's literally like a bunch of transgenders fighting against each other about like I'm a lesbian turning man and I'm a man turning lesbian. You know, whichever side it is. But you got the E's versus the P's, and you got the P versus the X's, and then everyone hates the incentive token, and then everyone's fucking fighting with a bunch of these 9-inch dudes, and then there's some Daytona guys thinking that they're fucking snorting coke. You know, like I mean, from the outside in, we look like some crazy motherfucker, hillbilly fucks. You know. But hey, y'all, my family, so it is what it is, all right? But we're here right now. But this is the crazy shit. Is that the only other people that are doing spaces are these fucking grifting motherfuckers? And it, like literally, I look at the time. It's just like it's either a couple of chicks making some bullshit just because they're chicks, and these guys just show up for some reason to talk. And literally, you see it. I've seen it. 2 NFT guys and us. That's it. That's it. Unless like for some reason OneCoin's foundation decides to like we have a big event and they have like 1 space for the first time in 5 months. That's it. So it's a bunch of fucking e-thoughts that dudes are hoping to fuck, which is not going to happen. 2, it's a bunch of fucking grifting fucking NFT dudes, and it ain't going to happen. And 3, it's us, hillbilly fucks. Strongly stand on our double wide.
I would also add to that, you know, depending on the room, depending on the people, if you have a tree and the tree's a little tiny tree and it's 1,000 miles wide on the surface and you can see the tree for miles and miles, but there are no roots, it's just bullshit. You can have a tree that is, you know, planted firm, grounded very, very deep, very stable. That's the tree you want to go with. Do you want 1,000 miles wide, or do you want like 30 meters deep? We need roots foundation, and I think Hex has that overall.
Yep, definitely. I mean, yeah, I mean, the whole community is kind of like, obviously, like we've, the launch of Pulse Chains happened, and now everyone's going to find their center, and everyone who wanted to fucked off already, or is still going to fuck off, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, people are going to buy the lows, get back to staking Hex, get back to the basics, and then figure out which coins are going to have the most value and invest in them. That's it. So it's just, I don't know, it's just funny. It's just funny watching everybody.
So the incentive coin has also kind of dampened probably some of the pumpamental. As I think it stops some of the bleeding maybe, but also there's people who took tons of ink and then they bought Hex with it, or they bought Pulse, so they never had to like put money in to buy Pulse or to buy Hex, right? But it may very well whittle down as you see you're getting less valuable incentive coins. Right, so there comes that point where the incentive is not so great anymore, and if you want your Hex bags packed and the Hex is still a penny, but you're like, wow, we're going up to 3 cents before you know it. Do I want to pay 100% more? Maybe not. Maybe I buy it now. You have to start to ask those questions, and the incentive coin's not going to get you as much Hex as you think it will because the ratio got wrecked. So. Yeah, it plays out. I think we've had a beautiful cash out of a lot of people who made tons of money on ink, and were able to also sell their Pulse X or Pulse or whatever Hex as much as they wanted. And there comes the point, I don't know if that's in 3 months or 6 months, where the incentive is a whole lot less, and the people who want to get in are running out of time.
Perhaps the incentive token would have done better if PulseX didn't break, and people actually made fees. Whereas now they have to actually sell their incentive token to kind of be made whole on the fees that they were gypped on, right? So perhaps that's why.
Do you mean like the V1 V2 debacle, Dylan? You mean, or
Yep.
like what do you mean?
Yep. V1 V2. Yep.
Well, I know. I mean, I don't want to speak for you. Sorry, but I mean, that shit was on purpose. Yo, bro, it's like, come on, like that shit was on purpose. Like, I mean, allegedly, of course, allegedly,
yeah.
Allegedly, like, come on, bro. I mean, like, I really, that's why I don't like, yeah. It's like there wasn't gonna. I mean, at some point, I think there probably will be some fundamentals, lol, for the incentive token, but not until a competitor comes along that forces us. So it's sort of like we're kind of the United States. If we don't have the USSR or some China threat, we're not doing nothing, basically.
Yeah, we have plenty of competition. We have I don't know how many other L1s out there, other than on our own chain, right? But
I will say this though: most other L1s really aren't doing shit. If I'm being honest.
They're doing wash trading. They're doing a bunch of wash trading between stables. Ethereum.
If you think that they're only doing wash trading,
do.
you're going to lose this game, sir. Yeah. Like you're coming into the space with your head in the sand.
I used to be on Ethereum for 7, almost 8 years. I could care less. It's done. I'm like, who cares? I was the ETH maxi. I'm done. I could care
it's
less
not done because ETH is pumping right now and Pulse isn't, right?
I'm not
so
saying
ETH,
I'm not saying ETH is done. It'll be fine. It'll exist. Whatever. I'm not saying it's done. I'm saying for me it's done. Right? I could care less. So yeah, is it ETH gonna have whatever it has? Sure. Is it gonna pump 3 to 5x? I don't know. Maybe. I bought it at $900 last year in June. I mean, it pumped a little bit since then. Sure. But is it where I want to be? No. Are the devs going to do anything for me? Probably not. And are they going to make my life miserable? Probably yes. So it's just not entertaining for me to live there. I stayed up too many nights trying to get low gas fees. And my insomnia finally got the best of me, and I said, forget it.
Damn, homie, like you weren't buying Ethereum when it was like cheaper than like.
I know I was the ETH miner, so I mined ETH ever since 2017, but it's not fun. It's not fun anymore. Yeah.
I think the last thing that's profitable to mine, I think, is like Litecoin and shit, which is hilarious because you get Doge with it.
Litecoin's pumping. Let's go.
For a couple more weeks, it's gonna top out this month. Just FYI, you guys. Yeah, I think it's happening in 2 months. Summer, right? I think it's in August.
I might buy some Ethereum on PHUX, maybe. Who knows? But that's just like a play around thing, right? Like, I'm not interested in doing anything on Ethereum, right? It's like, it's a pain.
All right, I love you guys. Like, respectfully, right? I know we're all on Team Pulse and stuff, right? And I know we have to I know it's like the thing you have to do is like when you're in a coin, you're like, no, this blockchain's dog shit. This, but like, I mean, it's the truth. I mean, everyone's like, all right, we have to shit on everything else so we can pump our bags on 3, 1, 2, chill, right? But if Ethereum pumps like crazy, we all are making an incredible amount of money, in stupid amount of money, like. It's like there's fucking like no way Ethereum doesn't do like 14,000 this cycle. It did $5,100 Ethereum. It's at least going to do a 2x. That's a limp dick bull market. But if we get a limp dick bull market, it goes to 10 G's and shit. But with all the fundamental changes with it, with the burn, as well as like there's like the whatever inflation is happening, it's going basically to dudes who are making no money at all. Like a lot. There's a couple of big guys who actually have a shit ton of Ethereum who actually have yield where they can live off of it, and then you have everyone else earning like 25 cents. I
mean, it's great. It's great. Like I said, it's probably the best tokenomics in crypto. It's way better than Bitcoin's tokenomics, that's for sure. So
why are you funding it a minute ago?
Ooh. I have waited to get away from Ethereum for 2 years, basically, right? So if you've been there long enough, eventually you get bored and sick of it, and you're like, all right, I want out. I'll go anywhere else almost. I was in Loopring, I was in Matic, AVAX, all when they started out, and guess what? They were all empty ghost chains. Like Pulse Chain launch is something different. It's never happened like this before. And I guess Arbitrum, I mean, they got a little bit going on over there, but
like personally, I hate Matic, but they're fucking onboarding so many businesses and shit. It's crazy. Like they're
moving.
And I fucking hate Matic, by the way. I don't like.
If you want to move into Pulse Chain, easy. You can get some USDC from Matic from your centralized exchange and do a change now, and they'll give you Pulse for it, and you're in. It's a couple seconds, really. Awesome. 1% ish spread, no fee. So we are totally blessed. Like Pulse Chain has a lot better chance than Ethereum had way back in the day when ETH launched and had nothing going for it.
Right. Yeah, man, we're gonna do Pulse is gonna do good, man. We just need to like not be crazy motherfuckers and just allow the ecosystem to grow. I think that's kind of like the point of like what like Dylan and Buck have been saying and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not speaking for them, but like, we have to allow like retardation to happen and like brilliance and everything in between, and just as long as like most guys just stick to the basics, and then everyone should probably get a little positions here and there. Now it's up to everybody. Everyone's a big boy and girl. They can decide what coins they want to buy, if they want to be in all in one coin or in 5 of them, or be like, nah, bro, I'm all in on fucking meme coins. I mean, it is what it is, right? But we want all the action over here. So it's like, yeah, it just was easier. I'm not gonna lie, it was easier to like it's basically the way to onboard people now is basically say, well, Pulse Chain's brand new L1, bro. There's a ton of YouTubers. It's probably gonna do a ton of X's, right? Versus like Hex, they look at the Hex chart, it looks like dog shit, but that's the bonus to it too and stuff like that. But it is a little harder to like get people into the ecosystem just because like of all the fucking debacle with like E-Hex and P-Hex. I mean, what they should have done is Richard should have just doubled the fucking supply and it just been one ticker symbol. And it's a lot easier and it concentrates the purchases a lot better. But I don't know, maybe I'm just talking out of my ass.
Well, our community wanted the cake and eat it too, so we get half as good of a charge. So, well, I mean, that's what they want. Eventually, it'll all work out.
Well, sort of.
Richard said it would take 1 year to 2 years to weed these fuckers out.
I'm just glad to be here for the ride. I'm just glad to be here for such a time as this. And I feel like genuinely waking up every day and I'm just blessed. I'm blessed to be in the community. I'm blessed to have my bags packed and to be on the magic carpet ride. It's easy to get distracted on the way, but I think if you have an end goal in sight, then all of the FUD, all the shit around the journey is just that. And with a bit of focus, bit of planning, bit of hard work at every stage, keep your mind focused, keep your energy pure. I think we're all onto something amazing, and it's good to be here at this point in time.
I like the 3 girls, to be honest with you. Collect them all.
Trav, did you go watch the Barbie movie or something? Is that where this is coming from?
No, god damn, Twitter keeps showing me that shit. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind though. That shit constantly pops up and I'm like, fuck. Hell no. Give me something better. So DCC, when is Mentra? When you think Mentra is gonna launch?
Let me think. It's well.
I thought they were having an audit in the middle of June, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they're like.
They already had the audit. They had the audit. Everything came back fine. And
basically,
last tweet I think they had was like June 5th. Like
I'd have to look into it, but yeah, basically like just going through some of that stuff, and then probably just like trying to market time or some shit like that. I mean,
but you see what we do. Like we like to hold the people accountable, and not necessarily shit on them, hurt them, but when you tweet, you like go and quote tweet them.
Yeah.
And you don't get no response whatsoever, and then you see other people, and then people start DMing you, and they're like, "What's up with this?" And it's like, I've got nothing to fucking do with that. But I get where people are coming from, because
right now,
we need an NFT fucking marketplace.
We definitely do, but here's
a big one though. We don't just need like what they have. Like we need a huge one to come in.
Well, like OpenSea and shit, like.
I don't know, just something. We just need
there's
something
only two
catches the eye.
There's only 2 games in town: OpenSea
you have OpenSea, or you have fucking
Rare.
can't even, Rare. Yeah, that's about it. Like, there's really nothing in between. No, there's another one. I forgot the one.
Blur. The new one's Blur.
Nah, that's all fucking
Blur.
wash trade. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
No, this the other. Fuck, what, for the life of me, I can't remember
Looks
anymore.
Rare. Are you thinking
Looks Rare?
Looks
There
Rare?
we go. Looks Rare. It's
Yeah.
Looks Rare, and fucking OpenSea are the only real ones. The other ones are fucking niche. They're niche projects and shit. Look, we really want these products and these things to be launched by Hex.
Hell yeah, we do.
But here's the thing: let's
loosely
just,
serialized JPEGs.
Right. But people want it. But people want.
That'd be the name of it.
Say it again.
Loosely serialized JPEGs.
There you go, man.
Bring them all.
So
Pump
look,
the fuck out of Pulse.
Here's what's going on. Okay. All these founders and stuff like that, I haven't talked to them, but like as all these founders, they're probably scared. Buck and them are willing to launch stuff because they have a track record now, and then people are willing to trust them now. But for the other ones, most of these guys only got one project to launch on their chamber. If I'm just thinking as them, right? If I'm just trying to like put myself in their shoes, so they're probably waiting for a bit of a pump before launching their product. This is probably why we haven't had liquid loans, why we haven't had a bunch of the other stuff, because they're all there's all these major stocks they haven't rugged, like Buck was saying. They're just waiting, and then they are just getting stuff done. Some of them are probably a little behind the 8 ball, but basically the minute I'd say liquid loans launches, or we get one of these other big ones to launch, once you have 2, 3 of them launch, then the fire's on their ass and they're in big trouble if they don't launch now, right? But it's kind of this weird game where, like, since none of the other ones have launched yet, no one's in trouble yet. Even though they're like the community's kind of go rumble, rumble, rumble. Oh my god, this. Oh my god, that. Like, because the rest of them haven't launched, and it's sort of this weird protection, because it's like it's sort of this. I mean, I'm just calling it how I'm like sort of seeing it right there and stuff. But I do believe in Gerardo. I think he is going to launch it and stuff. I don't think there's like, it's just, if they launch it right now, there's fucking like, there might be like a week or less of like NFT shit, and then it just goes down the tubes, dude. So it's like they probably want to launch it when like Pulse Chain's starting to go back up, and we're like the market's hot, a little hotter, not bull market, but like the next wave, which we probably have maybe another, like, if the Fed doesn't increase the interest rates this month, then we basically get like a fucking month of pumping, which is really nice, and that'd be a nice time to launch it, right? Because then Ethereum's going up, and then Pulse Chain will probably like maybe bottom out for a little bit, and we start going back up and stuff. Everyone's happy, everyone gets a dick out of their ass, and then things start launching, because no one wants to launch at the bottom of a bear market, because they want the token to do well, and that's how they're perceived to do well. So there's like a lot of psychology to it as well, and then this is why I commend Buck and all of them and stuff. Like, they're doing a really great job. They're launching products and stuff like that, and I think next less than 30 days they got the fiat side for the Pulse Chain side, and then they have their GMX for Fame coming out, I think like 30 days after that or less. So in like the next 2 months, we got Aave on Pulse Chain, and then we got GMX, and GMX is probably going to be like I wouldn't say GMX when it was created on Arbitrum that it was like the 0 to 1 moment, but it was like, so far it seems like that's the 0 to 1 moment for this cycle, because it allowed people to do leverage trading, which was like so we had Uniswap last cycle. This cycle we have the ability to long and short with leverage, which is still retarded, but people want to do it and they want to trade, and it's on chain, so beautiful, and now no one can stop it, and then it earns people income and yield from people being retarded, right? Richard even wants it as well, right? But Richard can't be like, Richard said, you shouldn't be doing this shit, but he's like, I wish someone could short Hex. I wish it. Oh my god, I want to see them get wrecked.
But I remember
we wouldn't have went this low probably if you could. Can you imagine if we shorted Hex? People would have had to buy Hex back over and over again. Probably wouldn't have went this low. Would have been crazy.
So it's a beautiful thing and stuff. That's probably, like, I really think that's like all Buck stuff and everything. I think that's his crown jewel personally. But and then the Fame, like the fiat stuff, is probably, I mean, they're great products. I mean, I sacked for I have eFiat, and I have I've got all the fiats and stuff, and I have sacked for Famous. I like them and stuff. I think they're good ideas. But now comes the technical part, right? And then
now whales can sort of splash around and do stuff, but then they have to be careful because it's the first, like it's scary to be able to, like, this is why the famous thing is so important, because then that's the one, like, fiat's more for like medium to larger users, where now you could use it, it's still gonna be cheap to use it and to borrow and stuff for smaller guys, but more like small medium guys and up are gonna use that, versus famous, everyone's gonna use it of any size, because you can have the fucking crazy motherfuckers that might want a 50, 100x leverage long or short.
$50 put $50 on ETH leverage. Let's go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, man, $50 on high low, baby. $50 high low. Come on, baby. Bam.
Hey, what's up, guys? Just wanted to kind of like give a couple cents around when we can expect a lot of projects to launch, just like a little bit more on the technical side. So a lot of projects are pretty much waiting for a native Oracle to launch. So we have Fetch Oracle currently being built, currently being tested. I expect that might be fully launched in 2 months or so, because they still need to go through an audit. But again, I cannot speak on the behalf of them, but they are a critical piece to a lot of dApps, especially financial dApps, to essentially get the price feeds up. I know there are some projects that are using the price feed directly from PulseX, which is totally fine. However, in many instances, auditors don't like that at all. So having an Oracle, a fully functioning Oracle in place allows a lot of people to fully launch. In addition to that, timing plays definitely a bigger role, and this is even something that we're considering. Even though we're fully done, we're still considering to wait until the sentiment gets a little bit more positive. And then also one other piece, which is also really important, and not many people talk about that, especially for dApps where the owners have to hold the keys for further updates. In many instances, it's best practice to use Gnosis Safe, ideally Gnosis Safe with a time delay on whenever you essentially make any changes. But then also Gnosis Safe is not supported, or PulseChain. The Gnosis Safe team will not support PulseChain anytime soon. At least that's something that they mentioned. We created our own fork available for all builders, but in many instances, it's like builders are catching up, not necessarily with their dApps. The dApps might be fully done and working, but just like the infrastructure stuff, such as having a fully functional Oracle, having a fully functional Gnosis Safe, and then also timing, something that keeps delaying a lot of people. I anticipate, like, once that is in place and the sentiment shifts, you will essentially see a lot of projects launching at once. So yeah, thought I'll share that.
I love it how I had the simple version, you had the smart brain. I love it.
No, it's like,
So,
no, you're totally right. I mean, this is just like, we've been building for quite a bit, and we, for ourselves, we're hoping that by the time that we launch on mainnet, all of the infrastructure has been already figured out, or like services that you need on any blockchain to be fully operational already. But that wasn't the case, so we're pretty much all building towards that. And then once that is fully done, launching dApps and projects on PulseChain just becomes easier, because like all of the secondary tools that you necessarily don't need to deal with as a project founder are already there, plug and play, battle tested, audited, and you could essentially just use them to launch your project.
Yeah. I mean, I've always been, the one thing I'm always afraid of people using, like, I fucking hate Chainlink. I really think it's just fucking this black swan that's going to happen one of these days.
Yeah, it seems that, so Teller was an Oracle, or is an Oracle. That's supposed, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, there was a big splash that they will support PulseChain on day one. They obviously got forked over. Our team made them work on PulseChain. So essentially, we're running an Oracle, the Teller Oracle, on PulseChain. However, it is suboptimal, because they have the majority of the supply for the Teller token, which mainly is traded on centralized exchanges, to become a reporter. So what Fetch Oracle is doing, Fetch Oracle is a fork of Teller, where they essentially build the same functionality, but then the token supply and also the rewards and the incentives that
that reporters, aka people that just like run a node and report the price, get in tokens, is then fully native on Pulse Chain, fully working. So I think we and many other projects are looking forward to using them, or anyone else that essentially builds awesome products that are audited, or an awesome Oracle that is audited, to essentially launch.
Do you have a website for the safe, for Pulse Chain safe board, or no? Because I could just tell you this much: what is it? Liquid Loans. Are you connected with them, or because I heard they were forking this?
Yeah. So so they're forking that. We touched base with them. For us, it was important to essentially make it open source. So Gnosis Safe is fully open source, and we wanted to make changes to the Gnosis Safe UI. For instance, having Wallet Connect as a dApp, so you could essentially use it in a more broader space, you could essentially connect your Gnosis Safe to any dApp in this case, and then also to have a transaction builder. So these are essentially functions that weren't there on day one. So what we did, we basically forked Gnosis Safe, made it open source. You can check out our repo, you can fork it yourself. It's operational on testnet and mainnet. The two functions that were predominantly interesting for us was Gnosis Safe creation, and then also sending and receiving coins and all of that. So yeah, those are two functional. And then any other team that is in this space, you could essentially either contact us or check out our docs pages, and then you could essentially, go to our GitHub, fork it and modify it as you wish, and use it for a project. Yeah, so in other words, to summarize that, it's like, yes, there are other teams maybe working on that, but we would like to, we prefer open source technology that others can just fork and modify themselves and use it as they wish, rather than relying and waiting for others. No hard feelings on that. It's just like timing wise, we can then have that better in control for ourselves.
Yeah, I asked because one of my onboards is, oh man, he's got that wallet that doesn't work very well, Stake Grab. So he was not able to end stake his hex, and when things don't work very well and people don't spend a lot of time in blockchain, they just get really annoyed and just walk away. So I think he still has his hex that's probably a month late for end staking right now. And I don't know. We did the update. It just wouldn't show Pulse Chain at all. So I'm gonna check back with him and see if he got a better update on his phone. Maybe it'll work, or maybe we need some kind of safe fork in order to end stake that hex. And after that, probably stake natively, because native is the most compatible thing out there.
Yeah, that's for sure. Everything's being built on Pulse Chain.
What's up, Hood?
Not much, just pretty busy, but found some time.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, same here, bro. I've been getting that paper, putting it all in.
Hey, so how's East LA?
Chilling, pretty cool. Putting in work.
Hell yeah.
You saw Dylan was trying to FUD Pulse Chain there a little bit because he wants to buy lower. Because he sold his Pulse. Now he wants to buy lower, guys. Just, you got to hear things when people talk.
Yep, you got to read between the lines.
Yes, you do. But that's cool. I'll be buying if it goes lower, I'll be buying more, and I'll be buying more. And I just look at Pulse and 32 million blocks, and I just got my next 32 million block I just picked up, and I'm going to grab another one if I can, if at all possible. Please help me out.
It's a ghost chain, though, bro. It's a ghost chain, but yet we want Richard to represent all these people trying to build on it. You know, they're gonna take away the negative.
I think we're gonna get another opportunity because you know, Bitcoin's been pumping sort of because of BlackRock and shit, right? But BlackRock's not gonna get in at a high price. What are they gonna do? Pump it up and then take a dump and then buy low.
So, well, they already got in, or they wouldn't be talking about it. So they were probably buying, you know, last year and this year. But it's fine. They'll have to pump it up from here probably to have some good gains. But they,
look, there's a group inside of Hex that is not Hex. There is a group of people, and you can, when you're around long enough, you can just see it because they all birds. You ever heard the term "birds of a feather flock together"? Well,
oh yeah,
they flock together way too much. Too many coincidences. I don't believe in coincidences. But there's a group, like there's a massive vampire attack on Hex. Essentially. Now Pulse is involved. But it's been this way.
So we've been like
and I
this.
hope y'all see it. I hope y'all see it right now.
Well, this has to do with why it's better off we decide as a community that sacrifices are not the best way to go about things, because you know, if you give your free crypto to somebody, they can dump it at any price and it's a profit for them, right? Which means they can dump you down, and it's really hard to come back up when you dump, right? You got to try it twice as hard to get back up after you fall. So
yes, sir. That's a fact.
yeah, like we need, if we go down 99 or whatever percent, you got to go back up. You're going to have to do a 50x.
You have to buy.
Yeah. So that's a lot of movement to get up to that 50x.
We got silly whales doing silly things.
Yes, we do. So the cool thing you can do when you get a lot of free crypto is you could sell off some of it and you could build the liquidity pools and you could be a good whale. You could get some, like, for example, as a validator, you're getting free Pulse. While Pulse is doing all right, you could just sell off just a tiny bits of Pulse, build it into stable coins, and then you put it in the LP to help the coin so it doesn't dump, right? Or you save it on the side, and then when Pulse, you know, has a little dumperoni, you buy a bunch of it to protect the price. You know, you can be a good player in the system. Just, we went through a little phase here where we just had extractors, right? They were just coming in, pull money out, and you know, you don't have to be that way.
Like Dex said earlier, pump and dump. Pump it, dump it.
I'm a good whale.
All right. Look, if you're a good whale, need 5.5 million right now, and I will have loosely serialized JPEGs created by Friday. But hey, if it's extended, I want the same amount of lenience. I want the same amount of lenience, you know, that these other. So I've got at least a 2-year window right now to launch this shit. I got at least a 2-year window. What's the difference?
I got a 5-year. I got a 5-year window, so yeah, we'll see.
To launch a NFT project? Or 2? What are you talking about?
Do you want to buy
See
Ethereum
DMF down there. What's up, DMF? Tell your wife I said hello.
I like Rags to Riches tweet. You want to buy Ethereum at 32 cents? Because that's where we're at right now. There's, yeah, sure, we could go a little bit lower, maybe not. Who cares? Like, that's why you're DCAing in. You're not buying everything you possibly can, mortgaging your house or anything, getting loans, no. But you
do
you
that once
really
you get
think
to the
Pulse
bull
Chain's
run.
going anywhere? Do you really think Pulse Chain's going to go anywhere after we spend 2 years to work on this thing? No, that's not how
Only
our
up.
community does things. Yeah. So you build your position, and you might be able to build more. If it goes down a little more, you might have a great chance. Who knows? But you are taking a risk if you're not participating, because there's a chance we're getting close towards that point where it's like, all right, early sellers are out, and the committed people are here, and they just keep buying and buying, and so you'll get left behind.
Yeah, you don't want to be left behind, and you don't want to miss out on the world's biggest wealth transfer. I think you want to participate in that. Kind of, it would be foolish if you wouldn't.
Yeah. People talk about whales too much and they forget that they can become one right now.
Yeah, this is the time. I know that for sure. Hell yeah.
Bro, I just
Man,
came
I
up with
even
the
got a
greatest
job and
fucking
shit,
idea.
right? Like, I even
Hey.
got a fucking job to put more dough into this.
That's what I'm
Dude,
talking
you don't
about.
need
We
a
got
job. You got
crypto
a
on the
job
hood
with
working.
me, bro.
No, we
You got a
got
job with
Christian
me. I just
working. We
created
got
something new.
Hextech working. I mean, everybody's working to make money to buy this stuff.
Look, all these people want to do security audits and pay people. Dude, we're going to start charging for sacrifice audits. And we're going to make a shit ton of money. We're going to charge people like $35,000, and we're going to dump it all into Pulse. And we'll
Let's
do sacrifice
go.
audits for people. Because people obviously can't, understand. I get the whole security code, all that, but we've got people out there that can't even, they need us.
We'll make hooks
So
off
if we
on
could
it.
implement sacrifice audits or dedication, gratification, pornification, it doesn't matter, whatever fication or sacrifice type deal you come up with. I've got to cover all of them. We're just going to create our own firm. You don't want to do it, Deck? Come on, bro. You got a Chia minor. You at least support this. I'm not hearing anything, guys.
No, that's a good idea.
You sound so enthused.
Oh, ask Debcatcher, he will join your company. He's been doing audits of all kinds of stuff right now. He's got his own little
Man, he is on a little audit.
membership. Yeah.
Serial auditor.
All the
serial
all
coder.
the USDC.
Hey. Serial coder to serial auditor.
He did show one cool thing. I mean, there was like of eHex.
Dude, I've seen
he showed
cool
eHex wallets. Did you see that? It was like eHex wallets that traded with over $500 worth of hex. There was like 72,000 some odd wallets. Almost all of them lost money or are in a loss, probably if they sell. There was like maybe 1,200 or so that earned a decent gain, but the highest
I think
gains
it was like 14,000 and 10,000.
Yeah, maybe a 13x was like the max gains, which kind of makes sense if you look at where eHex is at right now. It's not doing too hot. So only like some early hexagons at this point are up like, 13x on liquid. So that tells me good things, right?
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Richard and his team. How is everybody? Besides the guy that wanted to send greetings to the wife. The wife is very fine. She just ended sucking my dick. You want some?
No, man, I don't want. I don't partake in that stuff, like
So
intermarital sex or whatever.
don't send compliments to the wife if you don't know the wife at all. Okay, go fuck yourself.
Well, you sent me a DM about her, so I thought I could say that. I'm sorry.
No, I did not send you a DM. Don't be stupid and retarded. Okay.
No, you did. Unless it was
No,
like,
I
you want
didn't.
to say like
No, I
replicating
didn't.
you.
No, I was telling you that when you talk about the wife, the knife comes out. So be careful. That's all I said about my wife. So if you talk about other people's lives, go fuck yourself, man. Simple as that. Respect to be respected. You don't give respect, you don't get respect. Fuck you.
Are you the silly whale?
But besides that, as predicted, Inc. is going really down in terms of PLS ratios. Be careful. It might get lower to than 37,000 like I got last time. So get ready. The ride is about to go up as soon as it hits 35K in pulse and Inc. price pulse. That's all the alpha I have to give you guys. I ain't giving any more. Nobody deserves it in the community. So have a nice day.
Thanks. You're right. We don't deserve it. Come on up, Hex Love. If you're that goddamn itchy with the fucking trigger finger on the emojis, hit that request button. It's right there to the left. A little bit to the left.
Oh, the box right there?
Man, why is DMF coming in hot like that? My goodness.
Because I said, say hello to your wife for me. Because he did DM me about his wife.
What's wrong with
Nico Billy
that?
could prove this.
Say hello. Sure, why not? That's a nice thing, polite thing to do.
I think it's acknowledging that he has a wife. Leave her alone. Leave him alone. I don't know what people in this space are into, especially in this day. I mean,
Does hello mean something different
about
in Europe?
23
Or
minutes, I'm
what?
gonna identify as a fucking falcon. So.
There's hello. Hello?
What does hello mean in Europe?
I don't think they say
Tell
hello.
me what hello means. No,
Bring
people in
breads up.
Europe are really uptight right now. I mean, they got fires, they got protests, they got all kinds of stuff going on in Europe. So we got to be sensitive, guys. Come on. Richard Hart's moving back to America. That's my announcement for tonight. It got a little dangerous in Europe, and he's coming to America to live for good, to protect his life. That's why he's been silent. He's been moving, selling the castle, and he's moving to Florida.
Let's go. Thank you, Richard Hart.
Damn, I came into that wife problem there. That was a pretty exciting jump in there.
Yeah. Hey, look, prove to Elon you're not a bot.
I'm not a bot, man. Free Sami.
Free
Let's
the AI.
go.
We need more. Hopefully he'll have a sister that's hotter than Hotpool.
Way hotter.
Hotpool's fucking hot, though. Like, I'll give them that. Like, they created a masterpiece there. Where's Crypto? Crypto King was here.
just to remember the powers that be have a lot more to lose than we do, so they have every incentive to A, kick the can down the road, and B, maintain the status quo so they can maintain their power grab, right? So it's not in our best, it doesn't matter about us. It's their best interest to keep the ball rolling, which means no sudden collapse of society, and because bad things happen, scary things happen when society collapses, right? Like all of a sudden powers that be are not the powers that be anymore. So it's best they keep things sailing.
Keep it going, and then once we could flip them, we will.
I appreciate DMF coming in and giving us that alpha, though.
That was funny, bro.
He just got his dick sucked. He was feeling high on life. I don't blame him. I would be too.
Came and beating his chest a little bit.
Just roaring. You think he would get upset if I asked him to put pics of his wife in the nest?
Yeah.
So we're not there yet. I need to hold off for a little while.
Probably pause that thought. Think before you speak sometimes.
He might be on.
No, I thought before I spoke.
He might be on those muscle
retaliation.
relaxers. He had that pad landed on his back like a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
Those will relax you.
He didn't seem too relaxed tonight.
A little bit too relaxed.
He's all about that ink, man.
Dude.
He's an ink head.
Yeah.
He should be listening to Highway and pull out.
Never
He
pull
probably
out.
made so much off ink by sending out all that pulse, having people bringing them in to transact.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know, nobody copy what I do. I just pull all my farms out and market bot hex and pulse with all my stables. Don't listen to me. The price could go down a lot more. I don't care. I'm chilling. I don't have to worry about farming. I don't have to worry about price of ink going down. I don't have to worry about ratios getting wrecked. Am I losing my hex or pulse or die or whatever? I'm free as a bird. I got my bags. And I threw some T-shares out there. That felt good. Now I'm earning hex every day. I'm going to set up my validator this weekend. Man.
Life is
Jenny,
good.
are you free as a bird, Jenny?
You know what is not free anymore?
Bird is the word.
Is reading tweets from K4K. You can pay now. If you want to see a speech, you pay for
It's been like that for a while. This is like the third post I made on it, but this one got 14,000 views in 1 hour. So I guess people have been noticing. It's kind of weird. He's the only one that does it.
Attack of the bots.
Yeah.
How many bots do you need?
No bots.
Big. Hey, when you think it's big, bars. If you think it's big, just imagine it being 10 times bigger.
Woo-wee.
Do
He's
a
a
10x
bro, not a
on
shower.
whatever you think.
Oh boy.
No, we're not. We're talking about bots right now.
I know. What are you talking about?
Bots.
Duh.
Saying, look, if you think the bots are only this big, do a 10x on it, and that's how big they really are. Like
there's the social media.
Every day there's a new fucking girl.
You tweet, even my little account here, my big account, whichever account, I get 3 bots going every single tweet. I'm like, what? But no, remember this in real life, IRL? Did you see this little unicorn startup social media. They tried to come out and say they were worth $1 billion. That 95% of their users were bots.
Damn, they try to put a slick one.
Like, yeah, we need to raise some funds.
Just
Pay
like
for all
Elon
these
did
bots.
whenever he had that space, and he had over 1 million people in it. Those bots. There's probably 200,000 people in there.
Well, we saw it because Rags' space went up to like 1,000 something, and it just kept going up and up and up.
It's on like a volume dial for him, bro. If he just wants bots, if he wants less,
Look good.
Should have bought a Tesla.
should have bought some Tesla stock. Fuck Tesla's cars though.
Yup.
Hey, thanks Eco for all those stickers. They're still going up everywhere.
He's here.
Yeah, Eco's
Actually, he's not a
legit.
speaker.
Eco Builder is the leader of Hex community. If you haven't heard, we have a lot of people pretending to be leaders.
Richard
He might
retweets
be
him.
the leader in the Hex community. So follow that guy, Eco Builder. See that? Follow him. Come
He'll
on,
send you
guys.
some shit.
Yeah, if you aren't following, get on it, man. Actually, go through this list here. Follow everyone. Well, most. Oh, look, we got the Sami picture guy over here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Watch out for that one. If you follow him, you're going to probably get censored.
The guy shouldn't be making 6 videos every 3 hours. How's that even possible?
And tweeting every
it's
fucking
called being
hour.
a
He would go like
cyborg.
3 hours.
He already
3
has
hours without a fucking tweet.
Neuralink
Or fucking cocaine.
laced with some DMT.
It's Neuralink on cocaine.
This is not the White House, guys. Come on.
Let's go.
I know we got to deal with the cut shit.
Not really, but yeah.
Evacuate. They found his stuff. Evacuate.
Not Hunter. Hunter got that pure.
Hunter's a Hexagon.
Hunter the Hexagon. Is that who Dumb texted by?
He's our link to China.
Of course. Meow.
Yeah, Hexlab. What's crazy is China owes America $1 trillion, and they just defaulted on their
I
loan.
heard you
So
say
they're
that.
not paying the interest. Yeah, China's not paying the interest on their $1 trillion loan we gave
When
them.
did you
which
when did you hear that?
is
I want to go
nuts.
hear about that more.
I guess you can say that they're not interested.
When did you hear about that? Today? I mean, that's like serious wartime shit.
$51 million sacked the liquid loans is wartime shit to me.
That's like pennies, man.
Hey,
Penny, it's nothing.
Trav, I really enjoyed you pushing buttons on that because it's so kind of true, man. I mean, like, but anyway, I like the project. I sacked for the project. Not much, but I did just to participate in the community. But it is kind of fun to hear you kind of poke at that.
Well, I mean, gotta look
Attentional
at the
Hexagon.
tornado cash, but
But Buck did say Buck did say that didn't happen just while on this stream. Didn't he? Didn't he say he looked into it, or he confirmed it? It didn't happen, or Dylan did, or something.
What didn't happen?
Liquid loans
Were they?
taking the SAC money through Tornado Cash.
Well, you got to go look. They said
Hmm.
if you look at their tweet,
Who called that one?
hey, you should have been here earlier. I wish you'd have been here earlier.
What?
Yeah.
There's no way possible for me to have been here earlier, bro.
What do you mean?
You're already early.
You
That's
should
why.
be in here 24/7.
You should woke up early. You should have your notifications on for me.
Oh,
You should put your notifications on.
today? Fuck your
Put your
schedule.
notifications on. That way you're alerted. Your phone will vibrate whenever I join a space.
Oh shit!
No.
You wouldn't miss it. But you are correct because you are. Remember, I remember me, you, and Highway talking about it because Liquid Loans talked about 25 million. The guy well sacked 25 million. Well, if you go look at the SAC address, the biggest you have is 9. So you've got multiple addresses that could equal that 25 million. We need to find that tweet. I'll send 200 pulse to anyone that provides me that tweet right now. I swear on my life. 200 pulse. Just give me the tweet.
Well, I think I legit had 4 Telegram accounts banned from their channels just because I kept asking the right questions that no one would ask and that no one could answer, and they just banned me. And I'm
They
like,
banned
all right.
me, then came to Rags to Riches channel and said that I was like sexually harassing Hodful. Hodful came on a Twitter space one night and said, "No, you weren't sexually harassing me. You called me a robot." That is
That's true.
real story. This is real life shit. It is.
I mean, you're definitely a simp for Hot Pro, but there's no sexual harassment going on.
No. Maybe to someone, but I won't.
I mean,
They're not
really,
here. I don't want to
back
talk
to
about
liquid
them.
loans. Back to liquid loans. Where's liquid
They
loans?
said 2
Where's
months.
liquid loans?
So
That is a good
look, give us
question.
to like the 12th. They said a month to 2 months after Pulse launch, so the volatility would slow down. I think we're there. We're there right now. You know, the price of Pulse chain is not volatile.
Well, I sacrificed air kisses, so I don't really give a shit. But I just hope for the community that, you know,
Well, that's the only reason we talk about
2
it.
months is 2
For the
months.
community.
Sure.
Because I'd
Yeah.
rather not talk about it, but at this point, you kind of have to. You know, 2
Yeah,
years.
don't bring it to fruition.
The funny thing is how unimportant it is,
Oh no!
and how there's other things that can be focused on.
Bro, what they are building is so fucking important for the Pulse chain ecosystem. It is so important what they're doing with the oracles. Look, we had new projects come in to tell us how great and how amazing what they're doing tonight is.
Well,
we're compromised.
That's great.
You said we're compromised?
Yeah, we've
been compromised.
I would have just muted them and picked them up as a speaker.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to let them lay the cards out in front of you. You know, if they're willing to show you their hand, watch it. You know, I learned of a new project that is tightly connected now. And I wouldn't have known that. By the way, did anybody go
There's a
follow
lot
them?
of things.
Who was it?
There's a lot of things tightly connected.
That shit now.
There's a lot of things tightly.
I know. I always say that. There's a big ass group inside of us, and they, you know, look, you had one crying about it today. Hate to say it, but and I like Freddie, but you know, Richard's not going to retweet these clowns that's ran sacrifices concurrent with the Hex sacrifice. You're like, oh, that's separate projects. They are all fucking connected, every single one of them. And y'all know this. A lot of these people know this, but a lot of people just turn the cold shoulder.
So it's
People
like a
want to be
scam
popular.
ring.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a big vampire attack on Hex from day one.
We need more garlic.
Are we excluding? Are we excluding Power City?
Power City is right there, head of it.
Damn, that's the only one that I can like say my feet were a little wet with, but all the other ones,
But
both
they're all
fucking man.
connected. So you stack from one,
Put
you stack
some
for all.
zinc powder on your feet, and they'll dry up.
Oh wait, what's the other one? Tetra's pretty badass, but that's not a sacrifice.
I still scream. I want go.hex.com to be flawless. I think that should be your one-stop shop.
Yeah, like 98%. Hell yeah. I'm just confused by all this. I just looked on Twitter and I see that it's more confirmed about Sami and the bot thing. I have no idea what's going on anymore, man.
Hey, we all
Don't
went
worry.
through this.
We're
one.
already entered in the site.
Yeah, don't worry, man. Don't worry about him. He doesn't want to tweet. So think about it. Anybody can make a new account and start it up and get it running again and start tweeting. And guess what? He'll probably get thousands of followers real quick, but he didn't do it. So that means what? He doesn't want to, so who cares? But I know people care. It's funny.
Most of my Sami content is on YouTube anyway. I didn't even know. I honestly didn't even really watch them on Twitter. I was just, supporting the community.
Well, when you've been around the community for a little while, all you have to do is watch that certain people that other people will tweet out. And when you see their interaction and you see how they're just shilling, and it's like, okay, it's a non-American. All right, so let's start there. Then you got Funding Jim on Silver the Antidote. It's like, oh, we're gonna go meet up with him in person.
Oh snap!
We're gonna go meet up with him in person.
Right.
I can't wait. I cannot wait for that Funding Jim. I'm still waiting
Wreck
on
Boomer.
someone to meet Hot Pull in person, and that's been going on since October of 21. October of 21, November of 21, around that time. I can say for certain November of 21. No one's met her yet in person. No one.
What
yet.
are you getting at? Are you seriously thinking that these
No,
people?
I'm not thinking. I know now. I used to think.
You seriously
No,
think
finish
they're
the
not?
question. I want to hear both sides. I want to hear your question. I want to hear his answer. We keep
Well, you
it's
gotta
like
realize
half
Hex Love's a
sentences. I
troll.
can't even
He's a
follow.
troll. Sorry, Hex Love. Still love you, but
Are you
you're
building
great
a
at changing
case?
the subject usually.
I'm about to, dude. You pulled me. You dragged me that back up here, man, because I was about to go to sleep. Now I'm awake. Are you trying to say Funding Jim, Hodprol are like somehow
All
like?
connected. Everything's connected.
Oh my God, I don't know about that, man.
Dude, ask someone that's been around and witnessed it, and it's got evidence and evidence and evidence and evidence and evidence and evidence and evidence. I could keep going. I could say it 14 fucking times and then do a 10,000x from there, probably.
Oh, I mean, but they're beneficial to the community because they add utility.
Wait till I get a bot. Wait till I get a bot, Hex Love. Wait till my bot comes, and I don't know. We're gonna name her. I don't know, Tropica or Tropico, or I don't know what we're gonna name her. Wait till I get mine. She's gonna be fucking hot too. I might even jack off to her. Knowing she's a bot, I might jack off.
I mean,
sorry, that was graphic.
That was one of those times you could have paused your thoughts there, chat. But
I know. Look, we didn't have a female speaking. We'll leave Crypto in the Hood and Christian out of it. We'll consider them gender neutral.
That's right. You better say that.
Funding Jim is a great guy. I like him a whole bunch. I think he is a badass.
Well, I don't know about you, Trap, but I'm not chasing the AI
Yeah,
poontang.
no, I'm not either.
Funding Jim. I'm trying to get this pulse price pumped. So, yeah.
Well, we all have our role.
Well said there.
You do sniff out the sus stuff. I appreciate it.
That's what I think I do best. I enjoy it the most, and then even if I don't enjoy it, I still do it. And then I'm mad at myself because I'm doing it, and I'm like, let it go. But I forgot what Disney movie that is. Let it go. Is that what they say? Let it go.
I don't want your tail.
Gavin Wood is the OA.
I don't think so.
Gavin Wood really supports Bank X then.
Gavin Wood might be the Godwell. That silly whale.
Silly whales only.
Surprised there's not memes like fat fingering. Oh fuck! I thought I was sending it to my bank to cash out. Whoops.
No, because he sacrificed multiple wallets to them, so it was not a fat figure.
Oh,
It was
there
a
we go.
silly,
So he
silly
sacked
whale.
from multiple
Silly.
wallets. There,
Yeah, well, I
sacked
know.
off the whole liquid loans thing. Sacked from multiple wallets. Just go look. There's 9 million. I mean, who in their right mind is sending $51 million to a fort project at the time that was fucking trash? Like, for real. When I say it's trash, it was horrible.
His keys, his wallet, man. I don't know. But, I mean, I think everybody has their degen in them to some degree. Who the fuck knows?
It was the U.S. government.
That got in Tucanair?
No, they're not smart.
They were in the U.S. government got in Tucanair? Or did the silly whale do it? That right there says it wasn't the U.S. government, because the U.S. government, number one, would never touch Tucanair.
It was Hexy
Unless I'm
Cajun.
wrong.
Hexy Cajun knows.
She might have a space right now. You can go check her out.
She's in this space.
Well, I don't pay attention to that. $200 pulse. Whoever finds me the tweet where Liquid Loan says that the Godwell sacked to him. Screenshot or whatever. Make it up. I don't care. Send it to me.
I have it right here. I just put Liquid Loans IO space God space well in the search and pops up as the second one.
How much was it?
Oh, it's a video. Hold on.
Oh, Matt Cho, their actor, their paid actor. They got their money out of that, dude. I ain't gonna lie.
Right. Oh, it's like so low.
I'm still laughing, dude. They got their money out of that, dude. I ain't gonna lie. That is hilarious fucking comedy. I mean, if it's true, if it's not true, it doesn't matter. It's fucking funny.
5.5 million from the ledger, he said. I think it's very low.
Pin that shit to the top.
How do you do that?
Click on the tweet.
Share button.
The arrow. It'll say that Hexagon.
I'll tag one of you. Who's here? Trap. There, I tagged you in it, Trap. Because I don't know what I'm doing.
What?
How's all my sexy hexies doing? There's no speakers in here. Is everyone just buying VMPX or what? Why isn't anyone talking? Is my mic off? Let me see.
So, and then the other half you can't.
Oh, I can hear y'all.
Like a footage or something.
Hey, Crypto in the Hood, your mic's track.
Damn, bro. Let's get this gas a little lower so my order.
Yeah, Crypto on the Hood's rugging.
Damn. Thank God all these mentors are dumping their VMPX. Time to scoop.
What's up, peeps?
Oh, hey, what's up, Auntie? How you been?
No, nothing much. I'm pretty good, pretty good.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I'm
Cookout auntie.
I'm enjoying myself on a beautiful island here.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I just checked in. It's like 5 o'clock here. What time is it there?
It's
it ain't
2.
it-
It's 2 a.m. over here, Texas.
It ain't up to date. Okay.
Yeah, if it would have been up to date, they would have flagged it and told us to come get it.
Okay. So I
Hey, so when's Pulse Chain gonna moon? Actually, my buddy, he's about to take Pulse Chain, Pulse X, and Pulse fucking everything OHEX to the moon. Actual moon, SpaceX, baby.
We're hoping we can get no moon for a little while so we can buy more.
Yeah, we gotta shake off the wankers.
We just had a full moon, so we got a little crazies out.
Alright, gas. I just need you to be one Gwei less and my order will go through. Come on, baby. Do it for daddy.
So much more peaceful not caring about that. I have PTSD from Gwei.
Dude, the Gwei's at 54 and my order gas I put in as at 53.3. So it's just like
It'll probably go through. Just be patient.
Okay, guys.
Somebody will pick it up.
I've been out of pocket for 2 weeks. What's going on? What's new?
VMPX.
VMPX.
Yeah, it's a bridge from Bitcoin to Ethereum. So then we get those Ethereum Bitcoin guys over to Pulse Chain.
Oh, okay.
Jack.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
Uncle
Uncle Jack.
Oh man, I'm so sick of him.
Why are you sick of him? He's giving out free coins.
He's giving out what?
You're sick of free money? Or aren't you in crypto for money, or are you in it for the tech?
But how you get your free coin?
You mint them with gas, and then the price goes. I mean,
No,
every mint I've done has been profitable as fuck.
I'm not doing any minting.
At least
I'm,
they're at least 300%.
I'm not doing any minting. That's bullshit.
Yeah, too much work.
It's too much work, and every time I do that shit, I lose.
Too much work.
Yeah, bro, stop shitting that shit.
Too many coins. Yeah, this is the hex space. Where hex
guy comes in here,
I just
starts
asked when's
shitting fucking
Pulse Chain
bullshit.
moving. When's Pulse Chain moving? I only got 10K Pulse Chain. When am I gonna get rich?
Yeah, that's because you probably gave it all away in gas fees to
Nah, dude, the liquidity farm when Pulse Chain came out was so fucking horny. And then I sold ink at $8. What is ink at now?
What is it at?
Don't mind the Trayvon background noise. Let me turn it down. That's my nigga. Trayvon, let me lower your ass down.
I can't do nothing. I didn't bring anything with me. I didn't bring. Oh no. I didn't bring any of my treasure or leisure, so I'm stuck out of pocket, not being able to do anything.
That's the best way to go. Just be peaceful. Just be peaceful.
Yeah, cause.
You know.
Yeah, cause yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna follow you. I haven't been following you, Blockchain Ani. I didn't even know about you. I'm gonna follow you now.
Okay then. Okay. Yeah, I went over to Guam, so I left all my stuff at home.
I'm in Guam. You're in Guam?
Yeah.
You're in Guam?
Yeah.
I'm in Guam right now. That's cool.
You are. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's random as hell, but yeah. That's cool.
So I don't have anything. I feel so out of pocket. I feel like I'm lost. I don't know what's going on. I think when I go back home, I'm going to realize I missed out on some stuff. But y'all have a good night. I'm going to exit out of this building, and I won't have any internet.
So just new on-ramps to Pulse. That's the only news we got for you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, like swapthepulse.com.
And then Richard is actually promoting people come and claim their copies, whether it's a shit coin or whatever coin it is. Come play on Pulse Chain Playground.
That's cool. That means we get some new people.
You know who wins the Ultimate Furu Award? Crypto Wendy. She said like, "Oh, self custody is going to die. It's gonna go away." I was like, "Wow, Crypto Wendy. Do you know that little about crypto?"
She's just a fruiter.
Yeah, if you're not doing self custody, you're not on the blockchain. You're not crypto.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear.
What's up, man? How are you?
Superb. Fine.
Sorry, I had to stop away from the phone to get some mustard and cheese.
What are you gonna do with that?
Bro, I'm gonna eat the shit out of that. Got some of the greatest cheese here, and a little German mustard. Yeah, German mustard, and one of the hard goat cheeses, which very rare to find.
Nice. Make me hungry. How's your pulse chain journey going so far?
Well, it's not sucking too bad. I mean, I come back every 12 hours between sleeping and going to work there to finish out this stupid project that I'm doing. Gonna end April 2nd next year. But dollar cost averaging, and I'm making probably about $200 over 12 hours LPing.
Nice.
Yeah, it doesn't suck. I've already reached my limit, what I wanted to earn in ink token. So now I'm just doing straight up hex. So
nice.
Yeah.
That's not a bad way to go, man.
Yeah, and people talk about impermanent loss. I was talking with Valley Brand the other day, and I'm like, "What about impermanent gains?" I'm making money left and right, bro. I'm like, I haven't lost anything, so it is what it is.
Yeah, man, I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. That's for sure. It's exciting to see like a whole new chain like launch and just see everything happen. You know what I mean?
Oh, people don't understand. I mean, it's fun. I mean, you have to be careful. You have to, really choose between like what you sacrificed for, what you got into, what you're doing, your side staking.
Max Deck.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
When they first launched Uniswap, how many farms did you do, and how much money did you earn on those?
I didn't do anything with Uniswap.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah, guess what? You couldn't, because there was none. There was nothing. It was a straightforward ETH to your coin swap. That's all it was.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know
yeah, pulse chain.
I didn't do anything.
Oh yeah, just the whole point is like where we're at if you think we have something like, oh, this is great or this isn't, you know, just compare it to the other chains when they launched. You know, okay, Cardano, they didn't even have a swap, okay? So
Yeah, true.
So that was like a
neither did
trick
Ethereum.
question, right?
Kind of. I mean, people just aren't grateful because they're not comparing things to reality. Like most chains start with a swap of some kind, but you usually don't get much on like farming.
Yeah.
Like in actual dollar values,
Oh,
no,
I missed the
nothing.
600% farming aspect when it first launched. Like I'll be honest, I'm not gonna lie.
Man,
That was grabber. That was grabber type stuff.
I saw somebody the other day say something along the lines of yeah, there's nobody even bothering to build on Pulse Chain. It's like completely dead. And I'm like, dude, like I immediately went like straight to stop farming us for engagement. You know? Like it's obvious like that's what he's doing, you know, like isn't there like over 150 projects are like coming on this chain now? Something like that.
Yeah, yeah, there's more. So yeah, there'll be, but it's projects are good, but people are more important. You know, we actually have real human beings, not just a bunch of bots swapping USDC to DAI to USDT.
Yeah.
We're a community that sticks around. We don't just come in, grab our $20 airdrop, and leave. Like that's not gonna happen on Pulse Chain.
Like that dude that sold all his
like all the other chains.
and
like Arbitrum.
Yeah. Like that one dude the other day that sold all his PayPay, and he's like, "Yeah, thanks for the free money or whatever." I'm like, "It's free advertising, man. You just told everybody you know, hey, go to Pulse Chain." You know what I'm saying? I love it. I love watching all of this happen. You know.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but you know, I'm just eating expensive cheese and cooking up Delmonico steaks. So sorry, guys.
Man, you can't go wrong. Enjoy
If
your lunch,
anybody
man.
knows, if anyone knows about Delmonico steaks, by the way, that's the perfect cut because you're actually getting, you know, chuck rate prices for like a ribeye.
I'll have to check that out.
You got to be a butcher to know what it is, but trust me, you go there, you have to go early in the morning, about 11 o'clock, 10:30, and ask for the Delmonicos. If they have those, they're just so juicy, bro. They're just awesome.
Man, it's like 3 a.m. where I'm at, man. I can't be thinking about no steak right now.
Now you're talking to a guy who's 24-year chef, so
All right, yeah, okay.
I can tell you about cheeses. I can tell you about steaks. I can tell you about anything.
I made pizzas once. Like I used to work for a pizza place, but that was about it.
I made pizzas once too. I was 15 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like my first
16.
job. It was called Mr. Pizza, actually.
Yeah.
Poughkeepsie, New York, and Mr. Pizza, a restaurant.
Nice.
Italian guy. His wife was pure German. I didn't realize this till 2 years later, but she was the most racist individual like ever alive.
Really?
So the guy who was the pizza guy, his name was Jimmy. Well, Jimmy was Jewish, and she would sit there and go, "Cook those or clean those ovens good, Jimmy. They're for you." Right? I never got the whole Nazi, you know, whatever crap. But yeah, that's exactly what she was saying. She was like, that was horrible. I mean, that was like 1984 stuff.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
But
makes a little more sense.
I mean, that stuff wouldn't fly today, right? But I mean, back then I was just like, oh my God. Like I'm sitting there in history class and I'm like, oh my God. She was making a oven joke against a Jewish individual. I'm like, that's horrible. I'm like, you're a terrible person. And I ended up getting like $268 because they were defrauding the government or something like that. I got a check back for $268. But
Oh, well, there you go.
yeah, horrible people. Anybody want to know a good LP for writing? Jump in.
What?
Jump into Ink and PLSX. Yeah, I think it's like 124%.
Ironically, that's like one of my biggest farms. I like that one.
Yeah, I like it too.
I like it. You know?
Yeah, I come home every 12 hours and like I got like 36, 37 ink.
Yeah. Well, just like everybody else, I went harder on Pulse X than I did the Pulse Sacrifice, right? And so I just got all this Pulse X laying around and I'm getting all this ink and it's like, why not? Just pair them together, get some more ink, keep tossing it in there, Obviously, like, not my whole bag, right? But I'm enjoying it. Learning
I
about
see.
the
I see Bob Guy down there, but I'm gonna be going after the PLS pretty soon here. I'm watching the chart. I'm just like, oh, it's about time.
Hex is looking good too. Like the E-Hex to Hex chart. I watch that one all the time. That's an interesting chart.
Yeah.
I got probably
Well, there's an interesting chart. It's called the hex chart. There's the E-hex chart, which is the painful.
Yeah, the painful one. Yeah.
I'll buy the nice one. I bought tons of hex recently. I pulled my LPs, my farms. I said, you know what? Hex is looking too good. And Richard Hart's tweeting really nice things about it. And I might get caught. So, you know what? I'm going to pull my stables and push them into Hex and a little bit of Pulse because, ink is good, but, the values of inks are going down. So I might as well get the Hex, which is probably outperforming. And, I can understand people staying in the farms. I'm not saying not to. It's great. But for me, I took a lot of my hex and I grabbed Pulse with it, and I want that hex back, so I got all my hex back. So now I'm happy.
Yeah. Like eventually, like as Pulse Chain grows and Pulse X grows and the liquidity grows, those APRs are going to start coming down, right? And you could like possibly see a situation where like staking your hex earns you more APR than providing liquidity,
Oh, it will. Well, here's the thing about staking hex. It's like
you need to put that on.
You only have one side. You only got one side, so that's less risky, right? It's a lot less to worry about. And for two, the ratios can change. So Hex was 30 to 1 on Pulse. Now it's like, 155 or whatever. It could go up to 200 or 300. You never know. So just by keeping my Hex and getting into Hex, maybe you could swap a little bit of Hex for Pulse later if you want to, at a better ratio than this. I don't know. Or you take your yield and you swap your yield for Pulse, and you accumulate Pulse or Pulse X or whatever you want, later, because seems like Hex's ratio keeps going
Well,
up.
I have
But
there's like you could do like a ladder stake where like you have stakes coming out every week, right? And then like you just take the yields from those stakes and buy like your favorite tokens, and then
Exactly.
take the stake, take
Exactly.
the principal, stake it back onto the back end of that ladder, and just it's just the wheel of dollar cost averaging into all your favorite tokens. But over time, T-share, rules, you're gonna get diluted, but you're gonna be sitting on a fat bag
Well,
of all your other
I
tokens.
mean, you have to think about, the bull market as well. So it's like you kind of want to have some liquid assets going into next year and the year after, and staking for a year doesn't really make sense compared to staking for a month. It's almost the same thing, except you have access in case something great happens. And plus, like what you said, you can dollar cost or swap cost into these coins. So I love that idea. And I also have long stakes, so I'm not worried about the T-share rate too much because my long stakes are earning 38% or 40 or whatever.
Yeah.
They're earning like crazy, so I'm not too worried. I will do a big long stake, but I'm still trying to wait. My next gap is probably starting in like December, January, February, or something where I want to go out 15 years. So I got a little bit of time to play out Pulse.
I'm excited, man. I love all this. Like I love it.
It all works smooth. One thing we're also seeing is the gas price is going down, which is great. We used to be paying like 5-10 million beats. Now we're paying one. It could go down to 500,000. It could go down to 100 or whatever. I don't know exactly how many beats, but it's basically people bid up the price too high on the gas fee, and that can change.
Yeah.
So hopefully it does, right? Like it self auto corrects as we stop overbidding. We just chill. Like we could all just take a breather, but we can't because we're all making money. So
yeah,
we don't. But it's getting better,
Yeah.
And that's how it's intended.
Oh yeah, but it was so painful to pay 27 cents for the transaction this evening. So yeah, it's really,
so painful.
it's so painful. It broke my heart.
27 cents.
I'm like, Jesus, I had to do the multi hop, 8 different like punch buttons, and just like, okay, there's $200, like, okay, oh Jesus, you're breaking my heart.
Man, I made a back when like Pulsion like had just first launched, I made like my own like a couple of liquidity pools, and man, it was like 50,000 pulse or something like that to create a liquidity pool. And like when I was trying to do that, it was like right when Zen was like doing like launching and just running the gas prices to the moon.
Yeah, fuck Zen. Fuck Zen. Sorry.
Like,
can I say that again? Fuck Zen.
Yeah, I'm not about it. Like I don't care for it, you know. But it's like I'm sitting here looking at this, I'm like 55,000 polls. That was something else.
No, I'm comfortable. I'm like, I mean, they'll get a ratio that I think if, I have my number is $4.23. If ink goes down to $4.23, I'll probably pull my liquidity pool, that type of thing. But everybody's got their number. Everybody does things for their own reason, that type of thing. But we're still above that.
Mine was mine was kind of a number, but it was also Richard Hart tweeting a little hex chart.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but I've got stupid amounts of like, I mean, like.
I know I've been taking a lot of ink and turning it into hex all
Yeah,
along.
that's what
I'm happy, but I wasn't happy enough. So
yeah, no, I'm happy enough. Trust me, I am very happy with my p-hex and stuff like that. So yeah, I have nothing to complain about, right? And I'm happy with my, actually what I may switch to here soon is just buying PLS. So, because I like the way the numbers are going down, and I'm just like, okay,
Yeah.
it's gather time.
Yeah.
So I think that's what I'm going to switch to next week is just gathering PLS.
You know what? Like,
yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Like when I go to DCA, like the chart I look at is like for Pulse or Pulse X is the like multiplier bonus for the sharks and like how we all probably most of us all got like 0.0001 where like whales and stuff like you can see like their actual cost basis on the chart, right? And like every time Pulse dips and it comes down to that even like close to the dolphin sacrifice phase or like the sacrifice price with the bonus multiplier, like the chart just immediately just shoots up. Like I think it's happened twice now, something like that. Like that's what I pay attention to the most is those numbers, and because like those are the if you see like Pulse or Pulse X going down to like those kinds of prices, like that's opportunity right there because that's where the big boys play.
You know how much hex the OA bought? I mean, people don't even look at that, but the OA bought lots of hex.
When?
And that's pretty. I mean, even recently, but yeah. So providing liquidity, providing one-sided V3 with USDC, buying up hex as it dumps or whatever. It did that so many times, accumulated tons of hex. I mean, if Pulse gets cheap, you never know what's going to happen on this chain. You could just start buying it up. Say, sorry guys, you didn't understand how great it was.
Hey, just curious if like a whale came in and bought like 5.5 million hex. I mean, on Pulse chain, that'd be pretty incredible, right?
Well, that's why I bought a bunch of hex deck because I started to see all these buys coming in. Do you follow the whale chart? The whale, what is it? Hex whale, whatever on this Twitter app. It's a dip catchers whale bot thing. There was like 10 million, 14 million, 10 million. It was a boom, boom, boom. And it's like, you guys don't understand. The hex prices look pretty nice. And the difference is now whales can buy as much as they want because there's a liquidity pool with like 1.5 billion hex. And hex is like a penny four. So, hey, whales, you can buy 100 million hex, no problem.
I like buying at these prices, honestly.
But Pulse, I mean, Pulse just came out. So if new people come to our ecosystem, they're buying Pulse. So I'm just doing both.
The thing is like hexkins are the primary people that sacrifice for Pulse chain, right? So like we're the backbone of the network when it comes to the coin, and like we've all basically trained ourselves to like want more hex and to delay gratification, etc., all that jazz, right? Well, everybody coming into the Pulse chain network, right? All the other people from different communities, they're not like that, right? So when they pump Pulse, they don't know that they're pumping like the real actual like store value on the network, which would be hex, right? They don't know that. So like I think a lot of people have been talking about how like, oh, which one's gonna outperform the other, like the buy and burn. No, it's gonna be Pulse. No, it's gonna be hex. I think they're all gonna go. Obviously, they're all gonna go together, right? But I don't know, man. I think hex is gonna like really surprise people. Like, even though it's on its second cycle, like I really think it's gonna surprise a lot of people.
Pull up the Bitcoin second cycle. It looked pretty good.
Yeah, I know. Like usually,
You
like
know, second, third cycle. What we had recently was everybody dumped their hex. They sacrificed their hex. They swapped their hex for
yeah,
poles. They sacrificed their hex to all these projects. It's been 2 years of dumpamental, which is horrible. But eventually, a lot of our early hexagons are only up like 10x, 20x, 50x. You know, like almost nobody's up. So that just slows down the dump right there. And on top of it, once they're gone, they're gone.
well,
You know,
man, like over this past like bear market, like people have sold the absolute fuck out of hex, right? We're getting to a point now to where it's like, who even has it to sell it anymore, right? Like at this point, you're either not gonna sell
yeah.
it or you're gonna sell it. Like
We've got. If you look at the liquidity pool, there's 1.5 billion hex
yeah,
to like 220 billion pulls or something. And so if you sell 1 million hex into that pool, do you move the price? No, you don't move the price at all.
right.
You sell 10 million hex against 1.5 billion hex. What are you going to do to the price? Probably almost nothing. So what we've seen is a draining where everybody who wanted to exit got to move in, and Pulse suffered because it went from hex to Pulse to die. So people were dumping their Pulse into die, but they were dumping hex to Pulse to die. And now it seems like that slowed down. So that's why I said, okay, I'm in. I'm just gonna go in hard, and then be it as it may, I'll just start staking it short, and maybe I'll keep the hex or I'll swap it for pulse depending on the pulse price and ratio.
What do you think about the BlackRock thing?
It's really bullish.
Well, yeah,
Really bullish.
yeah. I'm still trying to like process that. Like I brought it.
This guy is he's a scary person
Yeah,
as far as like
I'm
if he's out there just I mean he's basically what the government listens to people like this, right? So
yeah. The government owns, like they own the government. you know, like
this guy shouldn't exist. I mean he anyway, they got some kind of crazy AI that does a lot of their risk management stuff,
yeah.
and they're buying Bitcoin hand over fist. So, what does that tell you about crypto, folks?
Well, I mean, look, man. Let's not act like we haven't seen like multiple admissions of defeat over the past like 4 years, 3 years. Like I post it all the time. I'm like, oh, that's another admission of defeat. That's another admission of defeat. And like today, you just like you can't go any harder than that. Once the CEO
You want to see defeat? You want to see defeat? Look at the major banks' losses in bonds.
Yeah,
They
insane.
lost 200 something $billion in bonds recently in negative, and they of course haven't sold them, but the point is eventually even the banks start to realize like, well, we're playing this game and it's not working out so great, and it basically has to do with the government debt, the treasuries, the making money to infinity, and so yeah, maybe they do realize that crypto could help them, at least minimum case Ethereum and Bitcoin.
Yeah. I mean, man,
pumps everything. But they don't have to. If we realize it first, and
when he
that's fine
says
too,
when he says digital gold, I'm like, okay, so he thinks Bitcoin is digital gold. Fair. All right. Well, like, does that mean that like he also like says that like crypto should have that sort of market cap, like similar to gold? What is it, like 10 trillion or something like that? And I've been hearing that number floating around a lot lately. Oh, it's going to 10 trillion. It's going to 10 trillion. And it's like that's a lot of money. Imagine if the crypto market was $10 trillion. What do you think Hex would be? $5.
You'll see me exit at 223. So, and I can say this confidently because I already have the numbers written down on a yellow legal pad. But I did exit between 44 and 48 cents. I didn't sell a top, so I guess I'm not the genius, but I got good.
Man, let me tell you a crazy story. So I remember a long time ago, long, like it was probably like 2 years ago. I was watching a Richard Hart stream, and he mentioned something about the cycles and how many days before the Bitcoin halving that you go into like a bull market, right? Or like not go into a bull market, but like the sign the on the day like that you're at the bottom of the bear market, right? And I remember doing the math, and it was something like January 1st of this year, right? Well, like back then, that was like the bottom for Hex up until I don't have my chart in front of me, but if you look at January
Yep.
1st,
That was the ultimate bottom of Hex. We hit like 1.6 cents, which is still lower than we are right
yeah,
now.
if you combine
If
the
you look
two,
at, because you got a fork.
yeah,
Yeah, you got a fork
but
back
yeah,
then. No, we don't.
so
You're buying one Hex.
yeah, right now, if you didn't have the stock split, basically, you would have, yeah, just look at January 1st on Hex, obviously Ethereum Hex, and look at that date, and look at what the chart did after that date. And I had that written down on I had January 1st of this year written down on a sticky note. It's probably floating around on my desk somewhere for like, I don't know. I had a daughter, and it was before we found out that we were going to have a kid. And my daughter is a little over 1.5 now. So however long that is when I wrote down that sticky note. It's crazy, man.
No, I did this. I actually told people I wasn't even shy about it. I just told people yeah, I'm taking profit right now. And I will tell you this. I do run a side project called the Prosperity Project. There's no sign up. There's no group. There's no paid group or whatever that crap is. I don't do that. It's all about DCAing, dollar cost averaging, and it's called the Prosperity Project at Crypto Cash 2022. But I'll do it on my Hexdex 16 site too. When you see me start posting green trees, that's when it's time to take a profit. Not financial advice, just green trees. But I'll be posting green trees left and right between 2024 and 2025.
Yeah.
And then we got to ride it out to 2030. So that's the way it is.
Yep.
Yeah. So I've got my numbers. I've got everything written down, and I have not done wrong since 2017. So sorry, sad lads. I've played about 2 bad games with some cryptocurrencies that just didn't play out. But I mean, they weren't big money. They were like $2,000-$3,000, something like that. So it wasn't like it was big money. But they did not work out. Sold them for like $600-$500 a piece, at the bottom cycle. But everything else played out. Hex played out. I mean, Hex went up 10,000x. So when you cash out, don't get greedy. Don't try to sell the tops. But when you're going towards the top at 44 cents, I knew we were going towards the top. And yeah, it did go up above 50 cents, but I was happy with 44 cents. I was happy with 48 cents.
Well, it's good to DCA out. Like when I was exiting East, I DCA'd out. So I got some out at like 3,800, 3,900, 4,300, 46. I even sold some, I believe, at $4,800, you know. So I basically sold the top on ETH, but I didn't do it with all my bag, right? Because I was DCing out. But because I was DCing out, I didn't sell everything at 3,900, you know. So for some of my ETHs, I got extra thousands of dollars, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And thanks to Richard Hart for pointing out the
No,
top.
I was stupid, and I listened to Richard when he called the top on Bitcoin, because I bought my first 3 Bitcoin. I held on to them since 2016, November 4th, $634 per Bitcoin, and like I held on to them, and like it shot up, to 6,800 or whatever.
It's 100x.
I honestly, I sold out between 47 and 48, so I got wrecked. Yeah,
Good.
I gave up a little chunk
But
of change.
imagine if you would have sold one at 47 and then you would have waited and sold one at 57 and then sold one at 67.
Right?
Those are
No,
gains, man. Don't kick yourself for
I know. It's one
Those
of
are
those
good
things.
gains.
Like I know I should listen, right? And I'm just like, I'm just gonna ride it. They're just sitting in the background, that type of thing. But yeah,
Look. You
they
got
were.
some hex stakes, don't you?
What's that?
You have hex stakes? Do you have like a lot of
Yeah, a few.
Okay, well then you're good. You won't make the same mistake
Oh,
twice.
don't worry. Yeah, I'm not a sad. I'm not a sad lad by any respects of the imagination. If put it this way, me and Ballet Brand are good friends, and we're in the same position. And Ballet's retired at 25 years old. Actually retired at 24, I think. But yeah, no, I'm good. I'm only running. I'm only working right now because I'm running this project called the Prosperity Project. But after that, I'm done. I'm just like, see you, bye.
Yeah, I hear that, man.
Yeah, no, Richard made me just, excuse my French, filthy rich. So yeah, and I don't live like a rich person. I live on like a $48,000 a year income. So that's the thing that's smart. It's like, don't go buy Lambos, don't go buy, like spending
Go
all your
rent a
money on
Lambo.
Gucci's
Go
and
rent
stuff
one.
like that. Yeah, no, I mean, trust me,
But hex sticks, someone in your age,
What?
and you're like, in your life, you're so old right now.
Yeah, I'm
you
so
need to
old.
enjoy it, bro. Enjoy it.
Just go rent
No,
it.
I will.
Fuck it, go buy a new truck or something, bro.
No, I'm. My biggest thing is I'm setting up trusts for my niece and my nephew. I already talked to my brother. I'm like, I'm not gonna spend all this money in my lifetime. I'm like, I'm serious. Like, I'm just like, I'll just leave it to him. Like, good. I'll be comfortable, and I'll always have a place to live, and big screen TVs and all that stuff. Like,
How many big screen TVs?
just one. Yeah, I got a 68-inch one here in the living room here in the condo unit.
Modest, but large enough.
Modest. Yeah, not like I'm not. I got 2 cars I paid for. I mean, I drive a Mini Cooper, and I got a Subaru Impreza. Sweet little ride. It's 2004. Paid for it though. I like discounts, and I know Richard likes discounts, right? I paid $2,400 for this thing. 90,000 miles. I went to go pop the cover off to do the timing belt and water pump. Already done. Like, it's got another 100,000 miles on it.
Nice.
It's 3-inch lift with wide tires. So
If you bought a Ford, you wouldn't have to do the timing belt and the water pump because they never break.
Yeah, trust me, I love this Subaru Impreza. I mean, I switch between the two of them. I park one of them in the garage, and then I drive the other one. Like,
sorry, Hextech, I had to because I've owned a lot of. I never fixed a water pump in my life.
I love Subarus. Well,
never. I've only owned Fords and Lincolns, and I've had
Fair
zero
enough.
water
Fair
pump
enough.
repairs.
Bro, I
I've
used to have a
driven
Cadillac.
I'm not gonna
I need
argue
water
with you,
hundreds.
pumps
bro.
every like 2
No,
months.
I've
everybody's got their
driven.
car,
I've
That thing was a
driven.
black
right?
hole.
Yeah, everybody's
I've
got their
driven
car.
like.
Everybody's got
I haven't driven 1,000,000 miles, but I've driven a lot of
dude.
miles. Let me just say,
Everybody's got their car.
a
I love
lot.
Subarus. I'm just a Subaru fan, and
Oh, Subaru's
yeah,
good. No,
I'm just
Subaru's
I
good.
mean, especially here in Montana and stuff. Like I used to have back in the day. This is like 7 years ago. I had a 1992 Subaru I picked up for like $1,200, and I used to drive.
Let's go.
Four,
You could go anywhere. You could go in the snow with that thing.
four-wheel on the fly. You know, like a little button you push on the stick shift, and like just kicks it in the 4-wheel drive. And I'd go out to my property out here in Montana and just rip it up. You know, it's like the only one time I didn't make it up is because I didn't have it clicked in, and like I got stuck going up to my property. And my neighbor that lives up on the top of the ridge came down in the morning in his Suburban because he was going to help pull me out. And I realized I was a dumbass and I didn't click it in the 4-wheel. So I wiggled my way back, you know, and he's like, yeah, I was going to come pull you out. I'm like, yeah, I was a dumbass. So I didn't like click it in. But yeah, I just told.
We used to drive our Subaru in the yard. Like it would be like a foot, 2 feet of snow. We'd just drive it in that thing. It was just a car. But
I
that thing
drift.
could go.
Bro, I got a 5-speed and I just drift in that thing. Like I go into open parking lots and I just like whip it around, drift around. And I'm an old, geek, cyberpunk geek, but I just, pretty much car enthusiast. Like I like practicality. So I will eventually get a Maserati. I mean, that was going to be something I was going to buy a year and a half ago, but I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I just invested it back into the ecosystem. But yeah, Maserati is my ride because I'm an ex-Navy guy and I love the Trident. So Trident is the thing. Yeah. So, but hell, what it is, right? Like we're gonna get hit between 2024 and 2025, and then we're gonna suck ass for 5 years to 2030. So, just anybody who's listening, be aware. You don't have to have your friend Somi tell you that, like Hextech 16 is telling you that. But when I post green trees, if you don't sell, that's on you. That's your fucking problem because it ain't gonna be my problem. Because I'm gonna keep enough liquid hex. Like I'm just earning liquid hex off of the ink token every stinking day, every 12 hours.
Hey, that's how you do it, man. That's how you do it.
But trust me, everybody's gonna be crying. People are gonna be crying, being like, "Oh my God, we got this fake pump and dump. I was expecting 100K, Bitcoin, and it only got up to $85, $87, and then it just crashed, and all my altcoins got wrecked." And I'm just like, sorry.
All right, guys. I'm gonna head out of here. Good talking with y'all.
Peace out, bro. Good talking to you.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, honestly, and maybe Babu Guy will stop listening and come up here and speak, but he could challenge me on this. If you see $85,000 Bitcoin, will you not take 20 to 30% profit off the top? Come on, Bob. I want you to come up.
Yeah, that's an interesting number too, because too many people talk about 100K.
No, I know my numbers. I have like probably 10 yellow legal pads around here, and like I do like incredible math. It's something I'm good at, but I'm thinking between $84,000 and $85,000 is like when I'm going to take 20, 30% off the top, and we'll see the run. But everybody's going to be shooting for 100K Bitcoin, and you're not going to see it.
My number was $5,000 for an ETH. I predicted that in I think it's January 2020. Nobody cared about ETH, and I was like, yeah, if you run the math based on it flipping Bitcoin, since it should flip Bitcoin, which it still didn't do, but I was just shy on massive, and so that's why it's always good to kind of take those round numbers and do some activity below them.
Yeah, I'm gonna front run the shit out of like every FOMO player in the fucking game.
But it's going to 150. It's a super cycle.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. And I'll take my small gains at 85,000, and I'll wave at you on the way down.
Boom, 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 boom.
Brown chicken, brown cow. Used to have a T-shirt that said that, brown chicken, brown cow.
While you're eating your nice meats and everything, hashtag, I've been on this 3 weeks of trying to live off of about $100 of groceries, which has been pretty doable so far. I mean, I'm whittling it down to the bare bones here this end of this week, but yeah,
well,
been good. No eating out, of course.
Yeah.
Forget eating out. Just grab from, the good cheap grocery, and so far so good. And I got like 15 million pulse, so.
Well, just to give you an idea, just so everybody doesn't think I eat always expensive, but I do, like enjoy my meals. I have 40 pounds of basmati brown or basmati rice, and I have 25 pounds of beans. So, dried beans.
I got rice and
Beans.
rice.
Yeah. Trust me, I supplement. So, and the other thing I do is, and this is a good tip for anybody who's listening in the room, because some people may have heard this before, and if you did, I'm sorry. There's a place called bitrefill.com where you can actually use your crypto to buy gift cards, and you can buy they have like 3,500 different gift cards. I mean, everything from Airbnb to I have well, now it's $137, but it was $150. I spent it last night because I don't drive on holiday weekends when I'm going to gamble poker and stuff, go to friends' house. But you can buy Uber cards and you can buy Whole Foods. And at the time they were offering 10% discount, and they just sent me a text message or an email thing that gives me 10% off my next purchase. So I shop at Whole Foods because I happen to be an affiliate with them, and so I get a 20% discount just being an affiliate with them, and then I get 10% off the card. Plus, I get the 24% increase on my Ethereum that I bought. So I'm making like 52 to 54% off my grocery purchases. Just an idea. Just an idea. You can go check it out. Bitrefill.com. That was from Blue Bum, actually, in Australia. Gave me he mentioned it one time on his streams, but go check it out. You can buy Home Depot cards. You can buy, Amazon cards. You can go buy, Lowe's, the whole bit, so, and it's for real. It's not a scam or anything like that. Yeah, first I checked it out. I only spent like $65 on a card for Whole Foods, but no, it's totally real. So, and you're not paying taxes, so you're actually converting your crypto into actual dollars. So, hey, thank you. You're welcome. And damn, I should have been like Richard Hart. I should have shilled an affiliate link. I'm sure there's a link that has an affiliate thing, but next time I'll do it.
How do you like those furries?
I love furry slippers and straight backs, I like your friend Somi. I mean, 100%. So I'm okay with that. He's entertaining. I laugh though, because I swear to goodness, like, he says he's Australian, but I catch a little Irish in there. Christian, are you asleep or are you just listening?
Christian.
I think him and Bob Lagai are both sleeping. Bob Lagai won't even throw up like a hand wave or anything. Hey, Eco Builder, just FYI, I've only got 4 cards left. Just saying.
Cool. I think I sent you a bunch of bumper stickers yesterday, but I'll send you some cards right now.
Did you? Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'll go and I'll do some posting and pasting with those things. Nobody knows how many gas station credit card things I've filled up with those cards. I'm a terrible person, right? You know, like, I guarantee you though that like maybe one out of like 10 to 20 like pull that out and they actually go to the website and they like what is this? You know, I swear to God, because I know I've talked to a couple people in the station at the one gas station I go to, and they're like, "Are you the guy who puts all the cards in there?" I'm like, I can never confirm or deny that.
So I got a bunch of new marketing materials in the mail from stickermule.com. Got some stickers today, got some bumper stickers the other day, some magnets that are just a hex logo without anything that are pretty slick. It can go on the outside of a car or wherever. And then another one that has like 6 hex logos around a message that says hex.com 38%. So I'm preparing to get some door hangers done. So I just now got the base file, and then so the base template, it'll be about 3.5 inches by 8.5 inches. And once we get those, then I'll add those to the packages that I've been sending out to people. So that should be a nice networking effect. But what needs to be ironed out is the success rate, like somehow tracking people coming from the door hangers to a site, you know, what sort of connection there. And then also, who is it that I'm kind of sponsoring, sending people to? Got to make sure that we trust them. And if it is that they're selling a course and they have a kickback, then it would be great to get that kickback and put it right back into the printing costs.
Is there a way to do that with like the you know, the QR code scanner type thing? Can you put that in there?
Yeah, that's one way to send people to a place and track where it is that they came from. But where am I sending them? Is it muddying the message of hex.com? Do I put hex.com on the door hanger? Because if so, they might go straight to hex.com, and that might be the only thing that they see. How do I make that more enticing without muddying the brand? So these are the issues that we've had inside the postcard group. All the things that I just stated, really. So my idea is to or somebody's idea that I'm taking is to make the door hangers and roll my mailing efforts into the door hangers.
Yeah, that's interesting because I just came across Sticker Mule about like 3 weeks ago, and so I've been looking at those guys, and they've sent me.
So the thing to do with them is go to their homepage, click the little get a sample or get samples, and that way you can pay $10 for 10 prints of whatever it is that you want. Maybe you want it a little bit larger, so like a 5x5 magnet or 5x5 sticker might cost you more than $10, but whatever the case, you get 10 samples of whatever it is that you want. Then you could actually send that straight to a hexagon, have it to where the shipping address is to a hexagon that you wanted to get something to. Boom, you're done, hands off. But it's cool. It's really cool for samples or prints that you don't want too much of. I've done it several times for stickers that they're really cool, but they don't really serve a purpose. So there's no reason for me to print more off. Pay for a shipment of 200. No need.
Yeah, no, I'm actually looking to do the magnet bomb. So, yeah, no, I'll check that out. But I'm actually thinking about dropping like $1,000 and just like getting a ton of magnets. And I'm just gonna like sticker like the whole Whole Foods like parking lot.
Hey, if you want me to, bring that to market, or if you want me to help you with the graphics, I can totally help you with that.
No, that'd be awesome. Yeah, because I'm totally gonna do it. I'm just like, and I'll shoot video of it too. By the way, like just back ass stamp like everybody's car, like with a hex.com sticker or magnet or whatever. It's like obviously won't stick to the ones that aren't actually metallic, because there are some vehicles out there that don't have metallic back ends. But yeah, I just feel like just sticker slap them all.
Yeah, I found out some of these newer Jeeps don't have doors that are. They have doors that are, I guess, aluminum. I guess it's the ones that detach. Easy.
Oh yeah, no, I used to work. I worked in the automobile industry for like 7-8 years, so I do know, like I mean, like you get like a Lincoln automobile, like they actually make trucks, but their stuff is like garbage plastic type stuff, like not even metallic back door, that type of thing. So there are those, but yeah, no, I'm just like, hey, I'm doing this gratuitously, working for this company till April 2nd of next year, and then I'm done. But so I'm just like, I'm just gonna like slap like stickers all over the place. But I don't want to be destructive. I don't want to put a sticker on their car. I want to put a magnet, because then they can just remove it if they don't like feel comfortable with it, or they can do whatever they want. But yeah, at least I'm not being destructive to their vehicle, that type of thing. But I'll totally do it to gas pumps, honestly. Yeah, I'm on the website. Just shoot me like a, I don't know, JPEG or PNG or whatever it is, that I can upload to them. It's only like $65 to do 50, and I'll give that first 50 a try.
I've got all sorts of designs. What design do you want?
Actually, I want Pulse Chain and Hex. So I'll do those two first. That'll only be like, just what, under $200 or whatever. I'll do 50 and 50. See how they come out and see how they turn out, that type of thing.
And do you want it to say pulse chain? Do you want it to be flat, horizontal, or do you want it to be Do you want it to be square?
Pulsechain.com. Let's see. Is it better round or is it better horizontal? Horizontal is cool. Yeah, I mean, that's.
You could also do it to where it's like cut out. The letters are more cut out, and then the logo is cut out as well.
I don't.
You know, die cut, I think is what they call it, where they trace the exterior. They make a bubble around it.
Yeah, I don't understand that, so I'm sorry. He's talking to an old guy, so I don't understand what that means by cut out. So I'm sorry.
Where there's a offset of a 1/4 inch all the way around all the graphics.
Okay.
And so therefore there's a background of some sort, some
Gotcha.
color of background.
So like with the pulse chain background, like a color cutout, and with a hex background, color cutout, that type of thing.
I'm not saying the gradient being the background.
Okay.
I'm saying that, you know, you could have it to where there's a logo and then wording anywhere around it, and then you can have a background color as well.
Okay, let me ask you this: what's your favorite sticker? You obviously make magnets already, right?
Yeah.
Just send me those. And I'll send you photos like left and right of like me just like posting these things all over the place. Pulse chain and hex, 50-50. I'll do 50-50 just to get started.
Cool. I've only made stuff for Hex so far, so let me send you the graphics that I have for Hex right now, and you can get started, and then I'll follow up with the Pulse.
Sounds awesome. Yeah, do the pulse chain definitely. But yeah, no, let's have fun with it, bro. Because I mean, you've been super generous to so many people in the community. I mean, I really appreciate you. And yeah, I've totally utilized all the cards and stuff you sent me. Just like obliterating the town. And there's people that have talked to me about like the hex stuff. Like I told you about these people at the gas station. They know I'm the guy who shoves the cards in the reader, so to speak. But they don't mind. They don't complain. So and I got 2 of them into hex and both pulse chain as well. So yeah. But yeah, I'm ready to go full force. We're like at the bottom of the market for pulse chain, and I'm just like ready to just kind of rip the band-aid off and just start labeling stuff. Because why not? I mean, Richard told us, hey, if you want to build it, go out there and build it. I'm not going to do the work for you. You go out and do it. So I've been a Hexagon long enough. I'm willing to go out and do that.
Snoring Christian should be clapping right now.
Yeah, snoring Christian. Sleeper, wake up, Christian. You lazy. I'm not gonna pick on him too much. He does so much. I appreciate everybody who does work for this space, people who participate in it, because I mean, really, it's us that keep it going, that type of thing, and keep pushing forward. But I made a decision. I saw you in the room tonight, and like it just popped in my head. I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna stick, because there is, just giving an idea. The Whole Foods in my area here, they're doing 4 times the level of business they actually anticipated that they were going to do from the beginning. So like the parking lot's just like packed full. So like I go there at 1:30 in the afternoon and just like magnet. I mean, it was like literally like, people sitting in their cars, just like eating pizza and just like, yeah, it's really amazing. Just they actually took up 1/4 of the space of the shopping mall here in this area. So the shopping mall is dying because all shopping malls are dying, which I have an excellent idea for shopping malls, but that's a separate subject. But yeah, and they're just like crushing it, 100%. So where's the last place you sent some stickers to?
I sent some to Famous earlier today, so that's Portugal. I sent to Finbear, Finland. I wanted to get some bumper stickers out to Nebraska. So I sent some to a guy that's in the middle of Nebraska.
I thought the last time I checked, or the last time I caught one of your posts was like Florida or something like that. But maybe it was like, yeah, was it?
Yeah. So there was some Florida, there was Montana, Idaho, Washington State. There's probably some California recently. There was definitely some California 2 weeks ago. I ran out of stickers as I was ordering more supplies altogether across the board, and so I got some more stickers today. And then I ran out of some business cards, but Trap had so many from the time that I sent him. See, I ordered a lot of business cards back in the day for Trap to go put those at the pumps inside the card readers like you were describing. However, he goes and hurts himself. He had that foot accident and had his foot in the cast for, I forgot how many weeks that was. It was like 6 weeks. So he gladly sent me basically half the box. And so I massively re-uploaded on cards that I didn't think I was going to have. I thought I was going to move on to a newer design. Oh well. I can get these cards, I think 5,000 for $80 or $70. 5,000.
Bro, that's nice, man. You got to send me that link because I'll get some cards too. I'll do the magnets, but
Philip
I'll do
Banks.
some cards too.
It's Philip Banks here on Twitter. He literally has to give you a link that's already described that you're going to check out with some cards.
Okay.
So he basically sends you to the checkout aisle.
Can you hook me up with the DM, that type of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
I'll totally do it. I mean, I think, and I'm going to talk to Wild SJ about this too, because I'm going to send her a bunch of stuff because she's doing the Pulse tour or the Pulse Chain tour, right? So I'm gonna supply her up, the best way I can, at one of her meetups because we're only halfway through it right now. So yeah, I'm on board, bro. Like 100% Hexkin, 100% Pulse skin.
Yeah, whatever you need me to put into graphic content so that you can submit it and press pay, I'll gladly help you out with that.
Let's have fun. Come on, we're going into 2024, 2025. We're going into the rage marketing right now. Like, it's gotta start at 2023. I mean, we're halfway through 2023, so to speak. We're in July, so this is now the time. So anybody's listening, y'all to jump on board and get upon the train. Geez, well, it's 2:30 my time, but we have quite a few people here in the room.
My theory is that these people have fallen asleep, because if we were to switch rooms, I don't think they'd follow us.
Yeah, you're probably pretty much right. Yeah, so it is what it is. I do it myself, so I'm not going to be a judge. I'm not going to throw stones at glass houses, that type of thing. But yeah, I stay up late. I mean, but I work evenings, that type of thing. So I'm just like, I don't have to get up till like 12:30 in the afternoon, that type of thing. So, and like I said, this job is over April 2nd because all I'm doing this job for is this whole DCA project that I'm doing. So, have you ever checked it out?
I never have gone to prosperityproject.com.
Yeah, it's at CryptoCash 2022. You should check it out, by the way. Just worthwhile. Because I'm actually, I don't DCA every week. Sometimes I only DCA every month. Just based on market conditions and stuff like that. But yeah, my whole theory is this. This is the premise of the whole project: is that if somebody DCAs 10% of their income for 2 years, that in 6 years, now I'm saying 6 years, they'll become a millionaire. And the reason I'm doing it is just like as a thought experiment, that type of thing. But I did something beforehand. It was called the Loose Chain Project, which Johnny KS talked a little bit about. I was on stage at Maddie's first conference, day one, and I literally collected loose change out of cars when I was automotive detailing cars, not customer cars, but traded in cars. And so I collected loose change from those vehicles and put them in a mayonnaise jar. I still have the mayonnaise jar. It's sitting here on the dining room table. Not so much anymore because I'm not detailing cars, but I collected $1,400 and invested in Hex. And yeah, well, you know what that turned out to be. A couple $1 million. God bless you, Richard Hart, if you're listening. Maybe he might be around as one of these like cohorts.
Just floating around.
I swear to God, this guy listens to things. I laugh like I jokingly post. I replaced a toilet seat in the upstairs bathroom, the half bath in the condo unit, and I tagged Richard in it. And I was like, I should have bought the bidet, or bidet or whatever you call it. And he's like, he texted back or posted back. He's like, spend the $40, man. So I'm like, oh, if Richard Hart tells you to buy, $40 for. So I have it actually down on the stairs here. It came yesterday, so put it in this weekend. Butt washers are us. Jesus. I just looked at my Twitter thing and I'm like, since I've been online, I got like 7 other people that followed me. Holy crap. I usually only get like 1 follow a week. Bob the guy, are you awake? Are you sleeping? Can I wake you up? Bob the guy, wake up. Sorry, that was my best deep voice thing. Bougie Raccoon, I see you down there. I like that name. What's up? Step up. Speak on the mic. Pulse and Colin, you gotta step up because you're a pulse person. Step up and speak on the mic. Hex Futures, I see you down there. Step up, speak on the mic.
That's me. That's my alt. Do you like our coordination? We match.
I just want to see everybody active and like very vibrant community, that type of thing. It's just, that's exciting to me. Hex Bull double L. Hex Bull double L. Come on up. Let's speak.
What's going on, fellas?
I'm blowing up Hexdex messages, DMs with a bunch of JPEGs right now so that he can put them on magnets. And by the way, Hex Deck, I'm doing it with the Hex Futures account. So look for that logo.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to invite that one probably because I'm DM to you on the regular thing, but I'll find it.
I got up on here earlier. It sounds like 100-something people in the room, and the thing got thin quick.
AC, why no profile picture, bro?
They were tired of the little pleb situation I had earlier, so I'm official now.
Just drop a simple one, you know. Put up a PFP, like just a fake thing or whatever, you know. But welcome. Good to hear you speak.
So got to miss any edge of other major alpha besides not talking about DMF's wife?
You want a little alpha?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right, I'll give you a little alpha. Jump in there and buy PLS right now. There's a little alpha for you. Very simple, very basic, very. It's just if you look at the charts right now, you know, hold off on your PLSX and just grab your PLS. But there's a little alpha here. No financial advice, just an idea.
You know, I've been DCAing in as much as I can. Just continue to buying it all up. From this time next year, I'll be very, very happy with what I got.
Just remember, if you want to like kind of follow somebody who's not a furu, that has no courses to sell, nothing to give you or anything like that, you can go to the Prosperity Project. It's Prosperity Project. It's on Twitter. It's at CryptoCash 2022. But when you start seeing me post green trees, that's the time to take profits. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to give financial advice, but I'm going to post green trees, and you'll see them on my regular site, XTech16, as well as at CryptoCash 2022. But I'm just letting people know in advance that between 2024 and 2025.
You said when you see the green trees?
When you see the green trees posted, because I'm not going to even put a comment on there. I'm just going to post green trees, different colored green trees. But I'll tell you this, I've done this for 3 cycles. So, and I've not done poorly by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, you can't provide financial advice without getting, you know, like jabbed up by people. So I'm just going to post green trees. And when you see those, then you know it's time to take profit. And I always work off the 80-20 rule. Myself personally, it's not.
I love that rule.
You love that. Yeah. 80-20 works in so many different levels of your life. But like take 20% for yourself and leave 80% on the table, because leave it to 20-30. And that's another number I have. But, you know, I'm not your friend Somi, so, you know, I don't do a lot of those video things. But yeah, I actually kind of know. Apparently, I know what I'm talking about. Like, I mean, you know, so I'm just. I'll give more later, but yeah, look for the green trees on my, you know, on my Twitter posts and stuff like that. And when you start seeing green trees, that's a good time to start, you know, considering taking like 20% out. You know, maybe you take 10%, you wait, you know, a month and take 10% more. Maybe, you know, who knows? That's all up to you, that type of thing. I don't make financial decisions for anybody, but, you know, I have done this 3 cycles now, and I've not been wrong for 3 cycles. And I don't know why, I'm good at this, but whatever reason, it is what it is.
Heard, note taken. Eco, what's this trap put up in the nest about no love in my city? Is you just talking about that dude selling tokens or whatever?
I don't know. I've been outside watering plants.
I like to be watering plants, huh?
So, do you think it was a clip from a space yesterday night?
Yeah, I think so.
Looks like Trap was in it, Kef was there, Hexy Cajun, KDP, KG. So it has city in the name. He's probably making fun of Power City at some point.
Yeah, just heard he's talking about I think KDP was asking about the founders allocation for, I guess, Power City or something else.
Maybe for a wallet. Because that guy said it was 22.2 or yeah, like 22% for the founders. He was denying it for a long time or explaining everything but that part.
Gotcha, makes sense then.
I would ask Trap directly because he loves to inform people.
Yeah, I'll shoot him a DM, make sure if he's still up. I doubt it. Who knows with Trap? Hey, does anybody use an internet money wallet?
I haven't started using it yet, but I'm gonna have a conversation. Actually, it was supposed to be this last Friday, but I'm gonna have a conversation with KG to understand more about it before I start using it.
Hex deck, I gave you basically every JPEG that I have ready for that sort of thing. So it's been sent to your DMs from my Hex Futures account.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it.
Yes,
I'm gonna get on it tomorrow, like first thing.
Sweet, sweet.
I really liked your project, and I don't even know why I didn't even think about like getting more involved and like doing it myself. But I'm like, this guy has sent me like you sent me like twice, like little mail packages and stuff, and I'm just like, I should start doing this, but I just never activated on it, and yeah, I'm gonna do it now.
When Togosh made the postcard group, I didn't join for a long time. And then once I did start participating, I was just like, I wonder why I didn't just jump in line in the first place, why I had to make it to where he had to arm wrestle me into participating.
It's just one of those things. I mean, I get caught up with, all the stuff. I've literally onboarded like 2 people a month, even this down bear market, that type of thing. And, doing stuff with personal life. Got an electric bike. Got delivered here. I got to put together here this week. And
Nice.
go ahead.
Said nice. Electric bike. That sounds awesome. Hexdeck, you are muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I was gonna say I live 1.4 miles away from my workspace, so like I just whip around the corner with an electric bike, 20 miles per hour, that type of thing. But yeah, and when it's rainy, I'll just take one of the two cars. So it's fun times. I really enjoy, especially summertime, because it's a fantastic time to kind of get around. It's so nice to, just be open air riding a bike. Echo Builder, I'm looking at the DMs there, but I'm not seeing them in the DMs. Did you send them to which account?
I sent them to your account from my Hex Futures account.
To the Hextech 16 one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll double check.
So do you know how to get into messages that might be caught by like the spam folder?
No, maybe I'll have to check that out. Let me see.
You know where the Asian women always get caught up in your DMs where it says you have new messages?
I don't deal with Asian women. Hey, let me DM you my my private email, and maybe I get it there, because I'm not seeing it in the DMs here on Twitter. So
Yeah, I just go make sure that you follow this Hex Futures account. Yeah, you don't follow me back. Please type into your thing HEXFUTURES.
Hey guys, what's going on? We quiet? Are we in another room? What we doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm just watching the sunset.
Oh, come on, girl.
That's all I'm doing. Trying to just listen in and see what can I how you guys can encourage me. Oh,
You want encouragement? You're loved. You're
yeah.
appreciated. You're a Mexican. So there you go. There's your encouragement.
Okay. So what's up, Dick? You always got some good alpha.
Oh, I'll tell you, I got the good alpha, but I dropped it here about like 15 minutes ago.
You did. Okay.
I'll give it to you straight. Go and buy yourself some PLS, and just when you think you didn't buy enough PLS, just keep buying more PLS.
Buy some more.
Just keep buying more PLS. And if you're farming, buy yourself some PLS. Use your ink token to buy yourself some PLS. But that's not financial advice. That's just like stupid guy on the internet, right? I don't know nothing.
Right.
I don't have any money. I'm broke. I lost my treasures. I lost my ledgers. Everything fell off the boat.
Get the F out of here.
I'm just kidding.
Because I know you didn't take anything out on the boat.
Oh, but I do ride in a boat, though. 3 pontoons. You want to see a picture? I'll send you a picture.
And I'm always ready to fall off the boat.
Okay. Send me a picture.
All right, I'll do it, girl. I'll do it for you, just because you are you.
Okay. Let me go. Yeah, I think I probably got some people I need to follow back. Follow back. Oh, Christian and falling off asleep.
Seems like it.
I thought Trap was in this room.
Yeah, he took off. But he was here for quite a while.
So Eco Bill, you still doing your thing? You still sending out cards?
Yes, all sorts of things.
All right, all right. Yeah, I gotta wait on a paycheck. When I get paid in a week, I'll try to buy. What is is PLS gone down? What are we at? We at 3 zeros, 4 5. What's the take? Let's see where it is.
It's 4 zeros 9-3.
9-3.
Ink
Yeah,
is at $5.38. PLSX is 4 zeros 294.
So ink is only at $5.
538, yeah.
Dang.
Its ratio with PLS is 58,000.
Why aren't people buying ink?
Why would people buy ink?
Don't you expect it to go up?
I think that it needs to have its sell off and then it will rise back up. I just don't know when. DMF was in here earlier. He recognized when it was going to go down, and he was right about that. And he came in here and he probably stayed with us only 5 minutes, but he said that ink is going to continue to go down just a little bit and then turn back up. And he's been just looking at the ratio of PLS to ink instead of paying attention to the dollar amount.
Well, I think I'll get them a bit more. Well, I got to get some PLS for some people. I got people who took this ride with me. I got to give them all at least 1 million tokens.
So you need to split up some wallets, is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I just need to buy some more and just send it to their wallet. Because I brought them on this hex journey and had them to do the sacrifice for PLX. But none of us sacrificed for PLS. But I have been dollar cost and averaging, and some of them I have given 1 million PLS to those people who took this ride with me. So I got about 5 people left. So I need to buy some more and send them 1 million PLS.
Yep, sorry, wrong photo. That's me, Maddie, though.
What?
No, I went to go send up the voting photo, but I clicked the wrong photo, so that's me and Maddie. So that was at the first conference.
Okay. Let's see. Yes, Jay. Oh, let's see who that is with you. Oh, you and Maddie. I think I remember you at the Las Vegas meetup, huh? I mean the Las Vegas X conference. Look at Maddie.
Probably do. I've been to every one. I've not missed one. I won't be going to any more long, so I'm only doing small meetups now.
Yeah.
Here's another one for you. I'll send another one.
Look like that's you and is that Hexy Queen or Hexy B?
That's Hexabee and Hex Siren. So I
Okay.
was at the cabana party for what Jay's or CZ had, you know. So that was last September.
Okay.
But I ain't doing any more of those things. I ain't doing the big, large parties anymore. I'm only gonna do small meetups. That's it.
Yeah, we got to do some small ones in Georgia. We got to meet up with XP and some people.
But here's one for you. This is like 4 years ago, but going out to feast.
All right. Where y'all headed? That's nice. You and the redhead.
Sorry, I got kicked out. I must got kicked out for that photo. That's my good friend Brad.
It must be. Yeah, it must be nice to sail topless.
That's a true sailing picture right there. That was going from New Zealand to Australia. I always say, homie, don't play. I don't play.
I see. You can tell it was hot that day.
Oh yeah, she had stripes on her back. I was like, she's like, I'm going like full, like I'm like, okay, like whatever you want to do. Like, we're in the middle of the sea, so like nobody can like, you know, there's no rest right here.
But you know what? That's a pretty good picture.
Oh no, I mean, I went over like a month and a half before like the boat sailed. She was literally 4 months working on that boat. I got to give it to her.
That's
Katie, she worked hard on that boat. Yeah. Yeah, and the captain, he was a crazy captain too. Like, I don't know what it is like when I went to Ireland on my honeymoon, right? And so we went down to Cork and Blarney Castle, right? You know, Blarney Stone. And the guy who's hanging us off the roof of the castle, like this guy is like crazy as a nutter. And like, you know, you go down there and you kiss the Blarney Stone, so to speak. And, you know, it's just like, oh my God, I can't believe what I did in my early years.
I can't wait until I become crypto rich. I get to sail around the world.
Girl, I hope you get everything you want. I really do. If you don't, I'm going to take you, damn it, I'm going to take you with me.
All right, then. I'm going to hold you to it, goddammit.
Oh, trust me, we'll do a sale together. You'll be like, oh, I made a little, but I didn't make enough. I'll be like, get in the fucking boat. Let's go. Because you only go around the world once, right?
Right. Only once. Right now we at an age where we just gotta do it.
Actually, I've been around the world twice, but I was in the Navy, so there's that.
Man, that was my first choice before I went to the Army. Shit, I tried to go to join the Navy. Navy, that was my first choice. They gave me a test back in 1984. They gave me a test, and that shit was so hard because it was like nautical, and they had all these 3D cubes and blocks and shit, and they wanted me to unfold it in my mind. Or no, I don't think I passed it, so they didn't offer to take me in.
That's all right. I had my left kneecap taken out in a motorcycle accident, and so I actually still got in the Navy, and I went for SEALs training, and they booted me out of SEALs training because I had a plastic kneecap. I'm just like, come on, bro, let me go, let me do it. So I got into a private program, but yeah. I ended up flying out in helicopters and all sorts of stuff and doing a lot of crazy shit you don't do in the Navy.
Yeah. I don't know how I would have taken it, a Southern girl off the country, out of the country. I don't know how I would have dealt with the ship, but that was my first choice. I actually took the test. Guess it wasn't good enough.
Well, you remember the movie Armageddon, where the guy's like sitting on the like nuclear missile, you know, he's like riding it, and he's like, I forget what he's saying. He's like, wahoo, you know, like, well, we had a nuclear tip. I can talk about it now because it's classified. Shit's done. It's kind of great, but we had a nuclear tipped ASRock missile on board our ship, and I sat there on top of the thing, and I'm like, I'm like, yeah, it was the stupidest thing ever. You know, God dang, what we did in that plane.
These skies over here in Guam is pretty nice. Look like you can fucking touch the clouds. They hang kind of low looking. I guess when ain't nothing out there but the Pacific, the clouds probably look pretty low. What time is it where you are, Exec?
It's 3:19 right now. So
Okay.
I keep trying to scroll through the photos here to find the boat picture there for the pontoon boat, but I'll find it here shortly.
Okay. No, no. Yeah, I'm just walking through. I want to see the pools. I'll be right back.
Can't find the fucking pontoon boats here.
Plenty of open mics. Check your mics.
Sorry, gonna add the pontoon boat. Here's Hex Deck 16 on the 3 pontoon boat. Just so you know, Auntie, I never lie. All right, I'm going to stay up for 36 minutes. Anybody got serious questions? Only serious questions. Oh, and by the way, that pontoon boat was ripping fast. Auntie, I didn't hear you comment about my photo. I finally found it.
I see you driving the boat. It's a pretty nice boat. Does it come with a seat belt?
Girl, where we're going on those boats, we don't wear seatbelts.
You got a nice cushion seat, like it looks like it has a seat belt.
It was cold out there, to be honest with you. That's why I'm wearing that puffy jacket, because it was cold. Yeah, it wasn't warm. But yeah, that's Hex 16 just riding on the waves.
And drinking some iced tea.
No, actually, yeah, that's all I had was iced tea. We didn't drink on that drive, so there was no alcohol involved. Trust me, I went out to last night or whatever for the 4th of July.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's like $35. I got ripped off. $35. Oh my God. They took all my money. They took all my money. It was like, I'm like, I got bad cards after bad cards. And just like, oh, you guys are winning tonight. Like, you're winning. Yep. But I took an Uber home, so I was smart. Yeah, so I was very smart.
Yeah, we had the 4th a day ahead of you guys.
They were blowing off fireworks left and right yesterday. It's ridiculous. when you've been in the military and you shoot weapons, like you don't even want to hear fireworks. You just don't want to even like experience that stuff. You're just done with it.
Okay, no, I didn't get to experience that. When I got out and was in the National Guard, the Kuwait War broke out, and my National Guard unit went. That was the same time I moved to another state and hooked up with another unit.
Yeah, I got 17 confirmed kills. And it's like I don't even want to look back on that life anymore. I'm just like I'm done with it.
Yeah.
But you know what? Even at 55, I'm good as I once was, not as good as I always was.
I understand. That's a country music song, ain't it?
Pretty much, yeah, I think it is, you know. I mean, I just, I don't know. I'm one of those people that like. I mean, even that when I'm at work, like the work situation is just like I'm doing the work of two people, and it's just like I'm just like you guys gotta like fix the situation. And I'm like I'm gonna only be with you till April 2nd, so like I'm done after this. But they have not fixed it after like 12 days. And it really takes two people to do this job, and I'm just doing the job myself.
Nah, it's time to go. No.
But no, I'm doing it for my project. I'm doing it for my project. So I'm doing it for the dollar cost averaging aspect of like working a regular job, that type of thing. But I'll be done with it. Come April 2nd. I'm just like, excuse my French, but you people kiss my ass.
Yeah, I'm with you in that, but I'm doing it to do some dollar cost averaging myself.
Yeah. What are you doing outside of that, girl?
Nothing. I'm retired.
Okay. I see you.
I'll take a gig every now and then, a little safety, health and safety. That's what I retired from.
We got to go hook up. We got to hook up and just hang out, right?
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you send me a DM or something like that. I'll fly down. Tomorrow, that type of thing. But no, maybe not tomorrow.
No.
Give it a month or so. But I'll fly down, just hang out with you for a weekend. Just say hi. Just say hi.
Okay.
Right? That's all it is. That's all it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Straightforward, 100%. Just like be like, we're Hexkins and we're hanging out. We're saying hi.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'll just go get a hotel room or something like that. I'll fly out, because it ain't no bother to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just like, cost is no factor, right?
Get out of here. I'm out of the country now. For a moment, I'll be.
Oh, you're out of the country. That's right. Yeah, you're saying, right?
Uh-huh.
When you come back, you hit me up,
Okay,
right?
I'm gonna hit you up.
You send me a DM and you be like, "Hey, I'm here. Come hang out," and I'll be like, "Hey, I'll text you. Like, is it regular? Like, I'll just come hang out, right? Like, just come out for the weekend, that type of thing."
I'm gonna hold you to that.
If,
As soon as I get
no,
back.
please do. Because I'm a regular Joe, right? I'm no phony. I'm no fake. I'm no, I'm just like, I'll just come out and you'll be like, What the hell?
No, you go. We go. No, me and Hexy B will hang out. She been trying to get down.
Okay.
So I'm gonna plan something.
Arrange it with her.
Yeah, and we'll come down and y'all head down South Georgia.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll fly out to wherever you guys are at. It don't matter to me. I mean, money is no matter, right? Like money don't mean nothing to me right now.
Okay.
So I'm okay. So I just you give me a holler
I
and you give
will.
me a little heads up, right? Right? You
Right.
give me a little heads up,
Right.
and I'll just fly out. Yeah, no problem. Not a problem.
Are you piloting too?
Well, who am I?
Are you a pilot too? That a captain?
I used to do some flying. Let me say that. I can't specifically talk about what I used to do, so I can't talk about that. So no, I'm not allowed to talk about that. So
That's cool. That's cool.
yeah, but I have done helicopters before, so there is that in my background.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't talk about 100% like that because I get in trouble.
Cool. Don't talk about it.
Yep, no.
We all
won't.
got some shit we can't talk about.
Yeah, no, I mean.
No, I know what you
There's
do.
a lot of stuff.
I'm ex-army. I'm ex-army, and I went to some places on Fort McCullough that I can't talk
Okay.
about.
Yep. Okay. Agreed. Yeah. No, it's just it's difficult. I mean, just I look at my life back when 20s, 30s, 40s, that type of thing, and just like, holy crap, how the hell am I alive?
Yeah. How did I?
Honestly, I'm not lying to you. I'm not even joking
How did
with
I
you.
make it out of that?
I'm like, how the hell am I alive? It's like I went through all this stuff. Like I just survived it all. But God is good, and I love God, and so that's one of my basic features. I do love God. So
Hey, I'm with you on that. That's me too.
yeah. So no, just hit me up when you're back in the States,
Okay.
and you get with Hexy B and stuff. Well, I love Hexy B. I mean, you saw me in a picture with her. I was like,
she gonna talk.
now we get Hex Siren to come out. That'd be a trifecta right there. It'd be you, me, and the two B's, that type of thing. But we'll see about that. I mean, she's got a little. Hex Siren's got a kiddo, so so there's that. She's got to manage that stuff, that type of thing. So
Understood.
but yeah, no, if Hex B is gonna come out, you want to, I'll just, all you have to do is give me like a 2-month guidance type thing.
Okay.
I'll just arrange a plane ticket. It's not a problem.
Okay.
I'll just be out there, and you'll be like, what? This guy? You'll be like, who's this crazy guy?
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. We'll do something.
Oh, we got to do something fun, right? I mean, we'll go out, get the party town on or whatever. I mean, God, I got enough mileage on my Uber account, so we don't even have to drive anywhere. Yeah, 100%. No, I love my Mexicans, and I love my family here. It's like, it's amazing. Like, people don't even understand. It's like, what we're going to see in 2024 and 2024, we're going to 2025.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see magic money. Like, and people are going to be like, oh my God, I'm making 5, 10, 15, 20x on my money. And it's like, hey, there you go, son. So But hey, where are you at right now?
Guam.
Guam. Oh, okay, Guam. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I have not been to Guam. I've been to Thailand. I've been to Japan. I've been to South Korea. I've been all over the place, but I've not been to Guam.
I've been to South Korea. I was scheduled to go to Japan for 17 days during the Olympics thing, from the opening ceremony
Okay.
to the closing. Had paid everything, Airbnb, everything. Had my tickets to both semifinal basketball games to make sure I got to see them there. And yeah, of course, COVID messed that up.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Nah. That screwed everything up.
Yeah, I went to the
Yeah.
Rio Olympics in Brazil, and I got the bug bit me.
I've been to Rio. They pulled us out early. They wouldn't let us stay for the actual festival,
Mm-hmm.
so we were there the week before, and really they get the party started the week before, and so they pulled us out before the whole festival started because I was shipped to shore patrol, so I was like the patrol that basically helped all the sailors that were, excuse my French, fucking up and getting in trouble. Like I pulled them back to ship, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But just there's like, no, we're not gonna have you out here. So, but yeah, I was down there. Oh, the Argentinian steak, though. Oh, the beef, it was so good. God, I loved it. I mean, steak and eggs for breakfast like every day, like literally every day. Yeah, it was so good. It was so good. But a bunch of knuckleheads on the ship, just they want to go out, they want to have fun, it's like, bro, I got a really bad day, they're bringing in a ship. I had some guy punch me in the face one time. Oh my goodness, I had such a bruise. He was like, bro, I'm like, you're a shipmate. Like, why'd you punch me in the face?
Wow.
So yeah, it is what it is, right? I mean, I was like 20 times, so whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right. Well, enjoy Guam, and I'll see you when you get back to the States.
All right. You take it easy.
All right, you too. I'm gonna peace out here. I'm gonna go do a little cleanup here in the kitchen sink, and then hit the bedside.
All right. Have a good night. A good morning. OGKD double DG. I know you up. OGK double DG. You never sleep. Hex Bulla. Hex Boo. Two plus chain. You asleep too? Salah. Stella Celeste. Stella. What sounds like Stella? Wake up, mother scooters.